Good evening, students. Any doubts from the last class? No? No doubts? Sure, no doubts. Okay, let's go to the first topic. Whether the country should have a pan-India anti-conversion law. Whether the country should have something called pan-Indian anti-conversion law. Pan-Indian anti-conversion law. I hope all of you might be reading the newspaper, right? So you must have come across a recent debate on whether India should have a pan-Indian anti-conversion law. So when we are saying pan-Indian, what does it mean? It means it will be applicable to the entire country. Now the question is whether we have some anti-conversion laws which are applicable to states. Are there any existing anti-conversion law? Now let me ask you, what is this anti-conversion law? What is the meaning of anti-conversion? We are dealing with religion. When a person converts from one religion to another religion, it is known as conversion. Correct? Now, the question is, this anti-conversion is something which tries to prevent or prohibit or restrict conversion. So, a law which tries to prevent a person from changing his or her religion. Conversion is the process of changing one's religion. Anti-conversion means preventing changing one's religion. Now the question is, there is a debate on this pan-Indian anti-conversion law, a law which prevents conversion, religious conversion across the country. Because some PIL have been filed in the Supreme Court that the Supreme Court should direct the government so that the government bring a pan-Indian law dealing with conversion. Now we have some laws dealing with anti-conversion which are limited to states. There are around 10 states in which there are laws which more or less prevent conversion, which means a person from A religion wants to convert to B religion. There is a process, and this process is given under a law. There are 10 states in India which have anti-conversion law. Now the question is whether we should have a law which covers the entire country. These 10 states are like Odisha, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Karnataka, etc., etc. Now the question is whether we should have a law which covers the entire country. That is the debate we are going to discuss. And before that, few things need to be understood. Do we have a fundamental right to convert as per the Constitution of India? whether there is a fundamental right to change one's religion. Yes or no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, do you have a fundamental right to change your religion?
Yes, sir.
Does any person have the fundamental right to convert a person? There are two things that have to be kept in mind. Very important. One, fundamental right to convert myself without any outside interference. What does it mean? It means I am from this religion A. I have come across some great books written on a religion B. After reading, after contemplating, after reflecting on it, I have been very much influenced by the doctrines, teaching, principles, everything in this religion. So I decided that I should follow this. Here, there is no outside interference. In the sense that nobody is forcing me. Right? Nobody is compelling me. Nobody is giving me some gift. I am giving you this much money, so convert. No. Here, I am doing conversion on the basis of my free will. You must be knowing about ethics. In order to assess the ethicality of an action, there are three criteria. Voluntarism and freedom of will are two important criteria. Which means freedom of will. It is my own will that I am converting. Nobody is forcing me. Second is a person. I am belonging to a religion. A person from B came to me and started explaining to me the virtues of this religion. And he is trying to tell me why this religion is better than A. And he says, if you follow B, you will have, after your death, you will reach heavenly abode. Right? If you do not convert into this B, then you will have divine displeasure. And if you convert, then you have divine pleasure. God will help you. So, I am trying to influence this person through something called propagation. Propagation means the way one spreads one's idea. So, what the person having this religion be doing? He is trying to propagate, spread his religious beliefs. And he is trying to convey or influence or persuade this person A. Now, here is a person who is trying to influence through multiple ways. It is also possible that this person can use force, forcefully, deliberately. Second, a person can give you some gift. Third, a person can give you some money. So there are multiple ways in which the person can influence you so that you convert your religion. Constitution under Article 25 provides for fundamental rights of religion to individuals. Three key words are very important. What are they? Profess, practice,
Propagate. Practice, profess, and propagate and religion.
practice, profess, and propagate. How do you practice your religion? Through symbols, through prayers, right? To wearing various symbols of religion, right? How will you profess? I profess that I am from religion A. He is from religion B. That is what professing. Propagate means conveying or spreading the religious beliefs, principles, doctrines of a religion. So when one try to propagate his religion or her religion, what happens? Then it is possible that a lot of people will come to know about this. Some people might be influenced. And this person might be influenced to change the person's religion into B. Now the question is, this person from B religion convinced the person A. Now he decided that he will conduct the religious ceremony of conversion. There are different ceremonies to convert from one religion to another. Ambedkar converted, mass conversion. How? Buddhist ceremony. Similarly, it happens in Hindu, Islamic and other religion. Now, this is where these laws will come. According to the reading of the provisions of the Constitution, right to propagate does not include right to convert a person. So you can propagate means you can spread your religion, you can talk to this person, you can try to influence, but you cannot convert this person. So fundamental right to propagate your religion does not have the right to convert. Right to propagate does not mean right to convert. And this particular assumption or this proposition is derived from a famous Supreme Court judgment, Stanislaus versus State of Odisha. Yeah, Madhya Pradesh. MP. Yes. Stanislaus versus State of Madhya Pradesh, 1957. Yeah, 71. Yeah, 76. 76. It is 76. Isn't it? Because this is an emergency era judgment. That is why I remember this year. Anyway, in this Supreme Court said, you have right to propagate, but you do not have right to convert a person. And conversion through fraud, force, allurement or inducement is illegal. So, in this judgment, some anti-conversion laws of Odisha and Madhya Pradesh was challenged in the Supreme Court. So, Supreme Court said, you have fundamental right to propagate religion, but you cannot convert a person. And conversion through force, fraud or inducement. Inducement means trying to persuade someone. For force, fraud, inducement is illegal. Now the question is, if you do not have fundamental right to convert a person, then conversion can be prohibited. Article 25 of the Constitution. You have fundamental right to practice, profess and propagate. And this right is restricted on the ground of public order, health and morality and other provisions of Part 3. But when you are saying you do not have fundamental right to convert, it means these restrictions are not bound. The state can ban it, prohibit it. See, does fundamental right to religion mean you can practice, profess, propagate anything in the religion? There is no restriction on it? Is it? Now tell, if that is the case, then during Corona, many temples, mosques and churches were closed down for restriction. So fundamental rights are not absolute. When I am using the word fundamental right, it means fundamental right with restrictions. But restriction can be imposed only on the grounds given in the article. What are those grounds? Public order, health and morality and other provisions. But when it is not a fundamental right, then these restrictions are not applicable on the state. State can make law to ban it, prohibit it. That is why many states have enacted anti-conversion laws. So-called, these anti-conversion laws are termed as Freedom of Religion Act. What is that? Freedom of Religion Acts. So, Freedom of Religion Acts or anti-conversion laws are enacted by almost 10 states in this country by virtue of the judgment of the Supreme Court, and these acts have added multiple grounds to prohibit conversion. We are dealing with external, not with this. Somebody has to be there to influence me, propagate, convert. If I am converting myself with my sweet will, I am voluntarily converting, then according to me, this law will not apply. I am using the word according to me. This is my understanding, because you will never find this kind of discussion anywhere. This division of external and internal is not discussed under this law, under this judgment, and also the acts made by the state legislatures. I am saying whenever there is an external authority, external person trying to convert you or conducting a religious ceremony, then this act will come into play. If I am converting myself without any influence, then I have fundamental right to convert. And the fundamental right to convert can be restricted on the grounds of public order, health and morality and other provisions. But here, these grounds are not restricting the state. They can make any law, because you do not have fundamental right. Recall the debate on hijab. Hijab? What was the argument? Hijab is not an essential part of practice of Islam religion. So if it is not essential, then you do not have the protection under Article 25 of the Constitution. So hijab banned. क्या किया hijab को? Banned. If it is a fundamental right, the state can regulate, not ban. This is the key issue here. When it is not a fundamental right, then it can be banned. If it is fundamental, it can be regulated. An overview of the state laws dealing with prohibition of conversion, restriction of conversion, providing some procedure for conversion. When you read this entire legislations made by the states, some general principles or some general provisions you will find. What are they? There are multiple grounds upon which conversion is prohibited. If a person wants to convert from A to B, the conversion cannot be based on force, fraud, allurement, inducement, then what? Marriage, divine displeasure. I am saying if you are converting on the basis of this, and there are not many other grounds, then you cannot convert. Your conversion is illegal. And if you convert, you will be penalized. The maximum punishment for various offences under these laws are 10 years. Not only the person who is converting, but also the person who is helping to convert, penalized. If I am willing to convert, I have to inform who? The district magistrate. Some law says 30 days advance, 60 days notice has to be given. Not only that, when it is given to district magistrate will forward that notice to the police station. The police inspector will conduct an inquiry whether the conversion is based upon freedom of will, voluntarily. Is there any force, fraud, allurement, inducement, etc., etc.? Now I want to ask you, what is the meaning of this word? Allurement, inducement. Can you define it properly?
No, sir. It's a mental construct.
Absolutely, it's vague. Divine displeasure. You see,
God has to come.
okay, the point I'm saying, why do there are many people who are religious, not because of devotion, but because of fear. What will happen after death? Every religion has this element of divine displeasure. Especially, which religion? There are many religions which are atheistic religions, which means there is no God. Is it possible to have a religion without God? Yes?
Buddhism doesn't have God.
And what is Buddha? Kahan chala gaya ye? Is in Buddha God? Anybody having this philosophy optional? No. Anyway, the point I'm trying to say, divine displeasure is a common element in almost all the religion. Why do people keep fast? Why do people keep fast? Before the examination, why do you go to temple? To pray? To get good marks?
The courage and the strength.
There are multiple reasons. One of the common thread that spreads across the religion is divine displeasure. And what exactly is divine displeasure?
The life after death.
Is it possible to know whether divine is pleased or not with us? How do we know?
So based on the written scriptures.
And who has written the scripture? Sorry? Who has written the scripture?
Religious preachers.
Religious?
Preachers.
And who are they? Human beings or God?
So next to God.
But are they God?
Messengers of God.
No, sir.
Messengers of God. Messengers of God are gods.
They are just a medium.
They are?
Sir,
Yeah, tell me. Very interesting. क्या करूं? चेंज द कलर. ठीक है, फिर भी ऐसे ही हो रहा है यार. Now this is what is called divine displeasure. Isn't it? Anyway, I am saying there are these words which are given in this laws are open to multiple interpretation. And these grounds which are given are not the grounds which are sanctioned by the Supreme Court in the Stanislaus judgment. Fraud, force, inducement. Here there are one additional ground. I will give you an example, marriage. Now, I want to ask you one thing, whether it is necessary two people belonging to different religion to convert before their marriage. Which means but it is not happening here. Let me do this. कैसे हो गया?
मोड चेंज हो गया.
कैसे? अच्छा ठीक है अभी. हाँ, thank you. So, I am saying a person belonging to religion A, another person belonging to religion B, they want to marry. Is it necessary for either of them to convert into other's religion before getting married, so that marriage becomes legal?
No, sir.
Special marriage act.
Yes. If these two people are marrying under something called Special Marriage Act 1954, then there is no need for conversion. But if you are marrying as per your personal laws, then conversion is important, necessary. Either before marriage or after marriage for registration. This anti-conversion law also have one ground of marriage. You are converting only because of marriage. Then your conversion is illegal and your marriage is void. Clear? But if you are marrying under this, there is no problem. But is there a problem here? Eh? Notice period 30 days. Notice period, this notice has to be given, and this notice will be pasted where? In front of the big notice board of the registrar office. पूरा दुनिया देखेगा, अच्छा ये दोनों ये रिलीजन का है, ये शादी करने वाले हैं, तो क्या करना पड़ेगा हमें? This marriage को रोकना है. This has happened in multiple times, recently in Karnataka. One Hindu woman and person belonging to Islam religion, their marriage was stopped. And the next day, Karnataka passed this law, anti-conversion law, which says conversion for marriage is illegal. Illegal. And if you want to marry under this, there is this 30 days notice period. Everybody will come to know. Especially you know who will come to know and who will want to disrupt this. It is very much acceptable for the sake of argument that conversion through force, fraud, etc. cannot be accepted. Although these terms are highly vague, ambiguous, nebulous. But having said that, why are you bringing marriage into this? One of the reasons that is cited by so-called people and section society are, there is something called what we say, love jihad, which means क्या मीनिंग है इसका? लव जिहाद as none of you are able to tell me the meaning of this love jihad, similarly, Ministry of Home Affairs told the Parliament of India that we do not know ये क्या है. There is no legal definition, legal sanctity of this word love jihad. Love jihad means the attempt to convert especially women from other religions to Islam religion through marriage. right? So this is an unofficial definition of love jihad. But Ministry of Home Affairs was asked whether there is something called love jihad, what exactly it is there a legal definition of it? Ministry of Home Affairs said, we do not know about this, there is no legal sanctity, there is no legal definition, we do not have any instances of this also. Almost all the laws in the states are based upon this bogey of love jihad. If there is nothing called this phenomena to such an extent that there should be such broad-based legislations, I am saying 10 states made laws on this in order to prevent this. One of the major idea or objective of the act is to prevent this.
But the 1976 acts, that time this concept is not.
It was only 2. In later 2020 to 21 you find, and 2003 you find. Not only that, those laws which were there in 1970s and 80s, they were amended recently in order to make it more stringent. Madhya Pradesh recently amended. Uttarakhand recently amended. Gujarat amended 2021. Right. So one of the major objective is this. This has to be prevented. Definitely, it has to be prevented. If the purpose of marriage is not love but conversion, then it has to be prevented. But the question is whether there is something called love jihad or not. Do we have any empirical evidence do we have any empirical evidence? How many instances of love jihad happened?
But that term was coined in a High Court judgment. I guess.
Who?
Kerala High Court.
Which judgment? Which Kerala High Court? There is only one Kerala High Court. Which judgment? Which judgment? Shafin Jahan versus Ashokan. 2018, Supreme Court said, we do not have any instances of love jihad. One of the reasons, you remember this case? Ashokan, 2018. This girl, Shafin Jahan, her name was Akhila. These are not important, but this case is important. But anyway, in order to make things clear, Akhila's father is Ashokan. Akhila converted, became Hadia. Sorry, Shafin Jahan is not Akhila. Shafin Jahan is the husband of Akhila. Akhila converted to Hadia and married Shafin Jahan. Ashokan said love jihad. Kerala High Court quashed the marriage. It found out love jihad. I do not know how, but anyway. That is why we have Supreme Court. Supreme Court said the judgment of the High Court is it has overturned the judgment. It said there is nothing called love jihad. Every individual belonging to whichever religion has the fundamental right to marry. Every individual belonging to whichever religion has the fundamental right to marry. I want to ask you, this judgment of Supreme Court and the law made by these 10 states which have this marriage, doesn't violate this judgment of Supreme Court?
Yes, sir, it was.
But they don't use the word love jihad.
Who? Do they have marriage as a ground to prohibit marriage? Do they have a ground which is marriage to prevent conversion or not? I am asking you, or yes or no? Yes or no?
No, sir.
No?
Yes, sir.
Marriage is only the method of conversion is prohibited, not marriage in particular. Like
If an individual two individuals have the right to marry, then the marriage is a private affair, right? And if you want to convert to other, then it's okay. You cannot prohibit it. I am converting to get married, not for any other purpose. If marriage is my fundamental right, and state or my parents have no role in it, then this is illegal. This is violating the judgment of the Supreme Court. Not only that, right to privacy. Is marriage a private affair or public affair?
Private.
Private affair which is conducted in public.
You are converting to get married. The same marriage can be done using Special Marriage Act. So in that case, the Supreme Court judgment will not apply.
Which?
You are quoting the fundamental right to marry.
Huh.
To get married, the person has also the fundamental right to convert.
Definitely.
But they can marry the same under Special
It is their choice if they want to get married in the Special Marriage Act. How can the court say that you should get married in Special Marriage Act? How can the government say that? How can the government say you should marry under Special Marriage Act? And you know that Special Marriage Act is also under challenge because of 30 days notice period. If marriage is something which is between two individuals, I have fundamental right to marry, why would I make it public? And one of the reasons I will tell you again, when you read that these laws, one of the major provision in these laws is this: reconversion to one's immediate parent religion is legal. Reconversion into one's immediate religion is legal. Oh, none of the grounds will apply, none of the administrative process will apply. The theological role of the district magistrate is not there. The state is very happy if you convert from your religion to your parent religion. Now, what is your parent religion? If people belonging to non-Hindu religion, generally it is held that their parent religion is, do you know something called Ghar Vapsi? Do you know something called Shuddhi movement?
Yes, sir.
Now these laws are saying that if a Hindu converted to Christianity or Islam or any other religion wants to come back to that person's original religion, then no problem. The state will welcome with folded hands. The district magistrate has no issue. There won't be any police intervention. There are many scheduled tribes and scheduled castes who have converted. Scheduled tribes, especially to Christianity, and scheduled castes to Buddhism. If they want to convert back to Hinduism, then no problem. Problem is when you convert from one religion to another. If you are coming back, then there is no problem. What is the logic behind it? Don't you think that this is prima facie discriminatory? This violates right to equality or not? Why are you giving this much special provision to this? So this is the background in which the demand of a pan-Indian law is being made. Now the question is, what is the evidence? No, leave it. Pan-Indian law, again coming back to this. The Supreme Court observed during one PIL, which is the case is going on still, that forced conversion is a national security issue. It will create communal problems. The government has to take stringent steps. I want to ask the Supreme Court, show us the number of forced conversion. Number, how many forced conversions are there? Do we have any data on forced conversion? Do we have any data on fraud? Another demand for this is the majority in this country will become minority because of this conversion. In 2011 census, what is the percentage of majority community in India?
83.
And what is the percentage of majority community in India in 2001? How will we know the percentage of population? Only through census? Now we will have a census too. So, does the official document of the government say that the population of one community is increasing so much that it will overtake the majority community, the majority will become minority in this country?
Such acts are only considering the pull factors for the conversion. Why aren't they considering the push factors like atrocities and etc.?
Atrocities can be reformed. Atrocity can be addressed through the favorite toolkit, Uniform Civil Code, which we have discussed. See,
It's not about the civil code, the conversion and the
I am saying, you are saying that in religion there are
criminal law.
atrocities.
But the atrocities goes into the criminal law.
It is not necessary. Atrocity can be mental. Everything cannot be addressed through criminal laws. If that is the case, the incidence of rape in this country or crimes in this country will be coming down. But National Criminal Records Bureau says it is increasing. Right? I will give you a data. Right? I think the data is there. If it is not there, then no. Is it? First page. Additional information, Puttaswamy judgment, Yogi commission. Inducement, SC upheld, Supreme Court position, constitutional deal with Union Law Ministry, anti-conversion law of various states. What is anti-conversion law in India? Religious conversion? No, I don't think this is there. I'll show you that in. There is a study. I think some human development survey, something like that, right? In which it is shown that the number of conversion is very negligible, if at all it is happening. It's a 2005 study. In the next class, I will share this. If we want to bring a law, there has to be some rationale behind it. There has to be some objective behind it. There are some reasons behind it. What are the reasons of bringing these statewide laws?
Political issue.
That cannot be cited in the law. Why does the government is bringing this law? In fact, why does the state legislature is bringing? Conversion is happening through force, fraud, etc. It has to be prevented. Number one. Number two, the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes are vulnerable sections. Right? So, they are easily be persuaded or fooled to convert their religion. Government says, or the state says, that there are many sections of the society which require protection through these special laws, because there is a rampant conversion racket which is being present in India. So the state should endeavor to protect the rights of people, because every individual has the fundamental right to religion, and the fundamental right to religion is impacted through forceful conversion. We agree with that. Forceful conversion cannot be accepted. It has to be prevented. But the question is, why other grounds? And what are the grounds for bringing this law? What is the evidence behind this conversion? That this conversion has become very rampant. This is a racket in India. The purpose of one community is only to convert people. Where is the evidence? We talk about something called evidence-based policy making. We have created one institution called Niti Aayog. For what? Evidence-based policy making. Evidence-based law making. Do we have evidence? If we do not have evidence, if we do not have any concrete data on this, do we need to have a pan-Indian law dealing with anti-conversion?
No, sir.
Number two, whether the parliament has the legislative competence to make a pan-Indian law on anti-conversion. States have made law, and a state legislature making law should have competence to make a law. The competence is given under the either list 3 or list 2. States made law on preventing, prohibiting, restricting or regulating conversion in order to prevent problem to public order. Article 25 of the Constitution has one ground: public order. Your fundamental right to religion can be regulated, restricted to enforce, establish public order and to prevent public disorder. Public order is under which entry? Which list? State list entry 1. Does the parliament have any legislative competence to make law on conversion? Public order is under state list. Parliament cannot make.
Sir, national security.
National security.
For sake of uniformity, center has the competence to make laws on fundamental rights.
Show me the list. Show me the entry in the Constitution. I'll answer your issue, this idea of national security. First of all, you show me. I have the Constitution. Show me.
Protecting right to religion. For that, center is
Protecting right to religion where? I mean,
Protecting if it's against conversion. If
Protecting?
It's not allowing forced conversion, it's protecting the freedom of religion.
you can make a law, but in order to make a law, you should have legislative competence, which flows from Schedule 7. Right?
But it's the duty of the union to ensure
Are, are,
rights.
the union can say that is the reason the union came out with agriculture law. That's what we have the duty. We are the union. NIA Act, National, what is that? National Intelligence Agency. It is acting as a police. Police have state list. Constitution does not give power to the union to bring a police organization. NIA Act is under challenge. I am saying whatever provision is in the Constitution, whether the term state means union, state, legislature, local body, whatever, that does not matter. To make a law, the entry in the respective list is important. That is where your power, your force lies. Public order, state list, state can make law. That is the reason 10 states made. Because forced conversion, fraudulent conversion and conversion through other means have the potential to create public disorder. And to prevent that, state can ban, regulate, that's fine. Now, you tell me whether the parliament has any ground, any legislative competence to make a pan-Indian law. 2015, the law ministry told the Supreme Court, LM means law ministry, Supreme Court, that law and order, public order, etc. are under the purview of states. Parliament does not have any competence to make law. So far, I am using the word so far. So far means एक हफ्ता पहले तक. ठीक है? Government of India's position has been a pan-Indian anti-conversion law will fall to the constitution, because the power to make law on the ground of public order to prevent forceful conversion is with the state legislature, not with the parliament. But when one of the prominent PIL activists of one political party approached the Supreme Court, citing national security, forceful conversion, many grounds have been given. The government of India said, yes, it's a very serious issue. Government of India is trying to take steps to address this problem. Now you tell me whether there is any legislative competence of parliament to make law. If Parliament of India tomorrow decides that we should have a pan-Indian law dealing with anti-conversion, whether that law will be constitutional or not.
It depends on what's the objective of the law.
It depends upon objective of the law, or we will leave that to the court to decide whether the parliament has competence or not. But when you see the list of the constitution, there is no entry which provides power to the parliament to make law, except entry 97. Which entry? 97. What is this entry 97? Residual legislation. Which means बाकी तीनों लिस्ट में जो भी नहीं है पार्लियामेंट का है. Residual legislation. The Union of India can innovatively invent some ground, and on the basis of they can make a law that will be challenged and the court will decide. But what we are saying that consistently the consistent position of the Union of India has been Parliament does not have a legislative competence to make a law dealing with anti-conversion. So legislative competence of the Parliament is suspect as far as the pan-Indian law is concerned, number one. Number two, I am saying evidence. Reasons behind bringing this law. Do we have such large number of instances where this conversion is happening? Yes or no?
The question of Dalit Christians and Dalit Muslims wearing reservations is going to be challenged. On ground, it is said that on paper they stay back in their parent religion to take the benefits of the reservation, but in practice they are converted to the other religion.
Dalit Christian and Dalit other.
Dalit Christians especially are mostly converts from Hindu.
Dalit Christians do not have reservation benefits. When you convert,
But they are not voting on the paper.
So they don't reflect it on their documents as Christians.
that is a problem of the government. That the government needs to address it, not through anti-conversion law.
Data of conversions I'm speaking about.
Let the government conduct a study. Who's stopping the government? Let the law commission, 22nd law commission has been set up. Let the government ask the law commission to conduct a study of this religious conversion, whether we should have a special pan-Indian law, whether should we have some special provision in the criminal law, IPC. What is the extent of this conversion? Let's say let the NCRB, National Crime Records Bureau, compile a data from states. अरे पता तो चलेगा ना कितना है. Who's stopping the government? And one last point, whenever the law is made, that law has to satisfy this test. Which test? Proportionality. Puttoswamy, right to privacy. If religion is a public affair or a private affair, what is the role of state in Indian context vis-a-vis religion? Does the state have any religion? Can the state intervene in religious affairs? To what extent? It can enter on the basis of public order, health and morality. Public health, when corona ended, temples opened. Now they can't say corona hai, band karo. No. Regulation can be done. If state can enter into religious affairs to such an extent that religious rights are nullified, then what is the purpose of having Article 25, fundamental right? Any law made by the legislature, any action of the administration impacting the fundamental rights of individuals should be reasonable and proportionate. And reasonable means the action you are taking should have adequate reason and it should be proportional. Rampant conversions are happening forcefully. Hypothetical example. State should take very stringent action to prevent this. So, the action taken and the objective to achieve is proportional. Now, if this is not the case, it's very negligible. One example in the same manner I will tell you. Population. It is said that population of one community is galloping. So, there is a view, there have been attempts to bring laws or changes in laws which restrict government benefits, welfare by the government and various other entitlements based upon number of children. If you have more than 2 children, then you will not be eligible to get scholarship from the government. Contest election in Panchayat Raj institution in Haryana, Rajasthan. But I am saying that generally the assumption is that one community will have lot many number of children and their population is increasing, and in order to prevent the rising population we should restrict their entitlement. National Family Health Survey 5 and other, even economic survey also, say that their population is not increasing that much. I mean, it is steady. In fact, the country has achieved something called TFR. Only few states are outside it. Total fertility, क्या है TFR? Ratio, rate. So, if you have achieved that, which is the government itself says, then does it make any sense that you are restricting this to this? So, is this proportional or not? Non-proportional. Similarly, whatever law you are bringing, this anti-conversion law, on the basis of fraud, allurement, inducement, marriage, divine displeasure, etc., 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 it is disproportional to the objective you want to achieve. Any law, any administrative action should be proportional if it impacts fundamental right. Proportionality requires 4 principles. It has how many principles? 4 principles that I will discuss later. The point I am trying to say, the restriction imposed by this law and its impact upon your fundamental right should not be unreasonable, should not be disproportional. So, whenever there is a law made on this conversion at the national level, few important areas or aspects should be kept in mind. Number 1, whether the union has the legislative competence or not. Number 2, empirical basis. Number 3, proportionality. We are not here to say whether the union make it or not. Right? If at all it is made, it should not be arbitrary. It should not be mere rehash of the state laws. Most of these laws are under challenge in the Supreme Court because this Stanislav law, the judgment in Stanislav 1976, 2008, 17, privacy has happened. Right to privacy became fundamental right. Proportionality principle got enshrined in the constitutional system. Constitutionalization of proportionality. So, on this progressive jurisprudence, the restrictions on fundamental right to religion should be tested. When you test these restrictions under these laws, most of the restrictions stand no chance to survive. These are unreasonable, disproportional restrictions, it seems. Why I am using the word seems? Why? Sorry?
Sir, it has not been decided yet.
Oh, okay, fine. It is not decided yet. Not only that, you can write an answer which is
In that case, every single legislation can be, right to privacy is a progressive legislation. Taking that, a set of 100 legislations can be challenged one after the other.
definitely. Why not?
Time to time.
DPDP, that we have an article on this ED, the draft personal data protection bill. Digital, this is draft digital personal data protection bill. DPDP. Anyway, we have that. We'll see this, definitely. Right to privacy means what? What is the meaning of word privacy or privacy? It is multidimensional, right? The way you dress, the way you express, your access, your in data, physical, technological, social media.
It's the idea of self-determination.
True. So privacy has multiple dimensions, and privacy is part of fundamental right. In fact, it is a fundamental right. Now, what is the purpose of Constitution? Now he is saying that if any law is made, then this challenge is there, then lawmaking will suffer. That's the idea, right? What is the purpose of Constitution in a democratic country?
To restrict the power of the state.
Absolutely. Constitution is a document that provides rights to people. Not the other way around. Constitution is a document made by the people, not by the government, not by the political party. Sovereignty lies with the people. Intrusion of the state, its instrumentality, its agency should be restricted, minimal. Otherwise, what is the difference between a monarchy, a non-democratic system, and the democracy? What is the reason why Constitution provides Article 32? Writ. If there is no writ, the government can come, the state can come, police can come, take away anybody. Parliament represents the sovereignty of the people. They exercise the sovereignty of the people, which means people are sovereign. The law made by the parliament should be for the welfare of the people. And the court is the guardian of the fundamental rights of the people. And court has the duty to interpret the legislation. Even if it is 1,000 legislation, does not matter. It should be tested on this. The state should not be allowed to intervene, intrude into the lives of people. Otherwise, those for 200 years, we fought against one country, one imperial empire. For what? To give the freedom and rights to the government again? What is the difference? We were subjects, and what are we today? Citizens. What is the difference between subject and citizen? What is the difference?
Citizens are the owners, subjects are the passive.
Citizens have
Sir,
rights.
citizens are the owners.
Citizens are right-bearing individuals, and Constitution protects, promotes rights in the name of Indian setup. It is fundamental right. तो इतने सारे लोगों ने जान दी क्यों? To bring back the British empire system in this country. They can make any law. What I am saying is, rights of people are sacrosanct in the sense that it can be restricted to, but based upon some reasonable criteria. And the reasonable criteria in the modern jurisprudence system has to be based upon proportionality. The laws made by the state legislature dealing with anti-conversion is based upon the Supreme Court sanction in 1976, where there was no concept of proportionality, reasonableness, etc. etc. कितना साल हो गया अभी? 50. So these laws made by the state legislatures draw their sanction from this act, and these laws today should be determined, their validity should be determined based upon the modern constitutional principles, including right to privacy. Whenever the union legislature, if it wishes to make a law on this anti-conversion, it should satisfy some reasonable requirement. One, legislative competence, empirical evidence. Number 3, proportionality should be maintained. And if Parliament adheres to these 3, Parliament cannot make a law on anti-conversion, I can guarantee that. But that is not something you have to write. Right? The case is still going on. You read the newspaper. Let's see what the court says. It is ongoing. I think tomorrow there might be another hearing on that. All I am saying that this is a debate that is going on, and this debate has to be seen in the larger context. What is the larger context? Uniform Civil Code, Citizenship Amendment Act, etc. 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 ठीक है?
सर जैसे आपने बताया कि 1997 रेजिडुअल पावर है.
हाँ.
But it is mentioned under state list. Then how Parliament will frame law? There is no.
Parliament will not frame law on public order. They will not frame law on public order. They will not say that this is the entry which gives us power to make law. They will use some other criteria, some other entry.
Sir, even they can make amendment also.
To what?
In the list.
Then that will take 358 procedure.
So there is a possibility because
They can do that. But the point is that at least 50% of states. Let them do it, then we will discuss. They can amend.
Sir, can we also write about constitutional morality in this?
Morality is a ground to restrict the fundamental rights to religion under Article 25.
Legislature should make law according to constitutional morality, not according to the political view.
Constitutional morality should guide lawmaking. Yes, definitely. If that is the case, then none of these state laws will stand. And there won't be any such. See, constitutional morality is not something which is only followed by the organs of the state. Constitutional morality does not mean that only the state organs of the state, legislature, executive, and judiciary should follow it. The people should also follow it. Civil society, people, other actors should also follow. If that is the case, then this PL would not have gone to Supreme Court. See, for the sake of answering, if you want to add this point, you can. Lawmaking should adhere to the constitutional morality principles. Means what? What is the meaning of constitutional morality? Adhering to the spirit of the law. What is the spirit of law? You are quoting who? Spirit of law written by who? Whose work is the spirit of laws? Montesquieu. Very good. See, constitutional morality simply means adherence to the explicit and implicit values in the Constitution. by the organs of the states and people in general. Which means it is not only the organs of the state, the government, legislature, the executive, legislature and the judiciary, but also the people, various actors of the society should also adhere to it. What are some values in the constitution? Rule of law, equality, democracy, fairness, justice, secularism, fraternity. All these are values. Welfareism, separation of power. Okay? Somebody has written something, I'll read this. As per the Constitution, Article 13(2) states that no law can be made that take away fundamental rights. The question is whether a Constitutional Amendment Act can be termed law or not. Article 25 gives every person the right to freedom of conscience and the right to freely profess, practice and propagate religion, subject to public order, morality and health. Article 26 also gives all denominations the right to manage their own affairs in matters of religion.
So based on these two fundamental articles, how they can make the law applicable?
Okay. That is your question. Article 13(2) provides that law can be made. See, a law can restrict your fundamental right, provided the law is made as per the provisions of the Constitution. A law which uses the grounds in Article 25, public health, for public order, public health and morality, then the law will be valid provided it satisfies proportionality. Clear, Shiva? Number one. Now, Article 25 gives person right to freedom, conscience. Yes. See, I'll explain what is freedom, conscience later. I am saying that even though right is given, but the right is not absolute. Right? Right is not absolute. If you are saying Article 13(2), the law, there is something called basic structure of the Constitution. One minute.
If they frame the law also, it will violate sometimes to fundamental rights. That is my question. Whether the law does not have that much of power overcome to fundamental rights.
Can any law violate your fundamental right?
Sir, if they stop to as per the word of national security, they made any anti-conversion law, it will violate the right to religious right.
You are saying if the government is using the defense of India, the ground, which is in entry 1, in list 1, and to bring this anti-conversion law, pan-India. The parliament have legislative competence to frame law for defense of India. But the question is whether framing a law for prohibiting or regulating conversion has any link with national security. Your objective is national security. How conversion is impacting national security, that has to be shown. See, every law has to be proportional. Keep that in mind. Whether it is based upon national security, whether it is based upon any other ground. If it is not, then that can be read down, struck down by the higher courts. Fundamental rights can be restricted, regulated, as per the provisions of the Constitution. Article 25 provides freedom of religion to individuals. Article 26 provides freedom of religion to community. But again, these two rights are not absolute. These are restricted. So, in order to implement that restriction, the concerned legislature can make law. Public order, health and morality can make law. So, religious freedom is not absolute. Shiva, are you getting what I am trying to say?
Yes, sir,
If it is not, then I will do one thing. After the class, we can discuss.
yes, sir.
Right? Now I want to ask you whether we should have conversion law or not. What is your opinion?
Pan-India or state levels?
Whether it is pan-India or state level should we have?
As per security perspective, we need person should be to protect the people as well as the country for the
National interest, isn't it? National interest, national security, yes, very much important, fine.
compared to community and the caste and everything, we need to protect the people as well as the nation. That is the primary focus.
What about others? Should we have a pan-Indian or state level law dealing with conversion?
Then it's all about the conscience of the people, whether they want to convert or not. Why they need of law?
There should be some prima facie
So the state level law is required, but it should not be too strict, means it should allow, and only the grounds which are unconstitutional should be restricted.
Very good. You saying something?
based on prima facie evidences we can take actions, but not blindly follow for everyone because somebody is converting by his or her own will.
So we are saying that if a person is converting by his own will, it is voluntary, it is through revelation, reflection, contemplation, etc., then the state can regulate, but cannot prohibit. And regulation should be reasonable and proportional. Right? It cannot be arbitrary. It cannot be, the state cannot expand the grounds. It cannot include those grounds which are relevant or sterile grounds. It cannot. That will be taking away the fundamental rights. Right? Okay. Now, let's do this, whether collegium system of appointment and transfer of judges requires replacement reforms. Collegium. Why we are discussing collegium? Because
Vacancy in high courts.
Law minister is comment. Law minister has made
हाँ law minister comment किया है और हाँ हाँ vice president और ex-CJ defended ठीक है और ठीक है I'll show you this. So we are having some kind of what we say a tennis match. The executive, that the government is hitting the ball to the judiciary, and judiciary is returning. I'll explain this. You see this. Collegium and the recent developments. Law Minister Kiran Rijju's remarks indicate the idea of abolishing the collegium system. Law Minister Kiran Rijju said, what? No, he did not say abolish it.
Populism is breeding nepotism.
He said the government is not sitting on the recommendation. Collegium has no place in the constitution. It is invented by the judiciary. It lacks transparency, etc. So recently he has been criticizing the collegium system. But the Chief Justice of India said, what? He said that we are following the constitution. We are the defenders of the constitution. No institution in this country is perfect. Every institution is learning from their mistakes and evolving. So he tried to defend it. Not only the CJ, ex-CJ also. He has given a lot of interviews recently. Right? And also defended it. Because it is the best possible available system as far as appointment transfer is concerned at present. This is what he said. Vice President of India recently criticized this. He criticized the striking down of NJAC, 99th Constitutional Amendment Act, although indirectly. Said such striking down of a law made by the parliament which represents the will of the people is unheard in the entire world. As if the vice president has knowledge about how many countries are there in this world? कितने हैं? Maybe 200, but the members of the UN are 193. So Vice President of India has conducted an empirical study of all the countries and he has developed a concrete understanding based on empirical data, and he realized that the collegium system, as it works in India, is only in India. Not only that, no constitutional court in these 193 countries have struck down a law or amendment made by the parliament. Very interesting. I think he might have failed to read the US Constitution. Anyway, Supreme Court is hearing a case because the recommendation given by the collegium to the government for the final appointment is not being acted upon by whom? The government. Government is sitting upon the recommendation. More than 21 recommendations were sent to the Supreme Court, by the Supreme Court to the government. After this entire debate, Government of India decided that we will appoint 2 people. They appointed 2 people and returned the entire 19 recommendation to the Supreme Court. Anyway, so in this recommendation, in this in this delay in clearing the names by the Union of India, the Supreme Court is hearing a case. And the Supreme Court said that this delay is unacceptable. Advocate General, sorry, not Advocate General, this Attorney General also made a statement in the Supreme Court saying that yes, this is an issue that we will look into, etc., etc. Advocate Association, the Bar Association, because there are many advocates belonging to various bar associations in country like Karnataka, etc., whose members are being recommended as High Court judges, but their names are not cleared. So they approached the Supreme Court. And not only that, when transfer of High Court judges are recommended by the Supreme Court recently, the bar associations of Gujarat, Telangana, and बताओ और कौन सा? Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, they sent representation to the Supreme Court saying that this transfer is a blow to independence of the judiciary. In fact, Gujarat Advocate Associations, the Bar Association of Gujarat High Court, they went to Supreme Court. I mean, not Supreme Court, they met the Chief Justice of India and conveyed their concerns. According to them, this transfer of High Court judges are non-transparent. Nobody knows why one judge is transferred and why one is transferred from this High Court to that High Court. So this entire thing is happening, it's churning that is happening. A lot of developments are happening.
RTI plea on what happened on a particular...
Yes, very good. Recently, in the Supreme Court, one NGO has approached the Supreme Court demanding disclosure of the meeting details or agenda or minutes of the meeting in 2018 collegium meeting. 2018 collegium meeting, the details of the minutes, agenda and decisions taken by the collegium needs to be given under RTI. When the RTI was filed in the Supreme Court said this is confidential, we will not give it. This was challenged by the concerned NGO to the CIC. CIC also said we will not give, not CIC, to the Delhi High Court. Delhi High Court also rejected this information and then they went to Supreme Court. So they want that 2018 collegium meeting agenda, decision, etc., etc. should be given to us because that meeting was very much controversial and the decision has been controversial. The decision has been taken to, it is said that decision has been taken to recommend some judges to Supreme Court. Some High Court Chief Justices were recommended, it is said. But after some time, the decision has been changed. And those people who were recommended earlier were not recommended, somebody else was recommended. The most famous Chief Justice of this country, Chief Justice Ranjan Gogoi, written a book, Justice for the Judge. Anyway, irony. And he said that there is a problem in collegium. There are so many things are happening. There are retired judges of the Supreme Court also said that the meetings of collegium are not transparent. Decisions are being changed. So a lot of things are happening as far as the collegium system is concerned. Now we are discussing whether, if that is the case, is there a scope for reforming the collegium system, or we should altogether replace it with a new kind of mechanism? Reform or replace, that is the question we are going to ask. Whether collegium has any sanction in the constitution? Is it something invented by the judiciary?
Yes, sir.
Or it is something, the entire appointment process is hijacked by the Supreme Court without any role to the executive? Hypothetically speaking, assume a situation where the secretary of DOPT, DOPT means Department of Personnel and Training, right? He will decide or she will decide who all are to be appointed as IAS officers, sole authority. Or let's say he will set up a group or a collegium. Collegium means group of people. He will say, okay, I am DOPT secretary, so I am setting up a mechanism, a group which will have members from other departments, other divisions, and we will decide that who should be selected and appointed in the IAS cadre. So there won't be any examination by UPSC. The decision will be taken by us. Wait. The decision will be taken by us, right? And the government job is to simply issue the appointment order. And whatever decision is taken by us will not be in the public domain. We will decide whether to publish it or not. In this situation, what will happen? If judiciary can do this, why can't other organs of the state?
No, but sir, there is executive interference also.
Where?
President's approval.
Where?
There is a difference here, like here in the judiciary, there is a qualification specified. They are only.
Okay, I am saying that fine, all the IAS officers who will be selected will be below, or let's say in between 25 to 30 years of age. I can provide number of qualification.
Appointments committee is doing the same. Who is appointed? Who is in the.
It is for higher appointment. It is a criteria. If you want to have RTA application, you can file it. One of the reasons why the election commission appointment is being challenged in the Supreme Court. Why? The appointment process of Election Commission of India is being challenged in the Supreme Court. Why it is challenged? Absolute control of the executive in appointment of Election Commission of India and election commissioners, CEC as well as ECs. Free and fair election is the basic structure of this constitution. Democracy requires free and fair election, and the person authority which is mandated to ensure free and fair election has no tenure security. The selection, appointment, everything is controlled by the executive. Central Vigilance Commission Act was enacted. Why? Vigilance Commission has been under the control of executive. Vigilance Commission has to carry out vigilance of the executive. That is the government. The person who is appointing me, how will I carry out vigilance of him or her? CBI director, why this is given? Everywhere we are bringing transparency, a mechanism, a system, a fair procedure is being brought out. Why? Because it will restrict, reduce, if not completely eliminate arbitrariness. Right person for the right job will be available. Judiciary, executive can interfere or intervene in appointment of judges. Cannot be the reason for restricting the role of the executive and the legislature. I want to ask you one thing. Who is sovereign in this country? The Supreme Court? Constitution of India. And from where Constitution derives its authority? We the people of India. So if we the people of India are sovereign, we should know why a judge is appointed, what is the reason of not appointing, what is the competence of the judge, what is the qualification of the judge, why only people belonging to one particular category are being appointed, why the decision making process is not transparent. Why? What if that collegium is trying to hide? Why only judges' family members are being appointed? Like dynasty politics, we have dynasty of judiciary. Why it is happening? If judges can appoint themselves, then why can't bureaucracy do that? Why can other sections, other government office can do that? Logically speaking, it is possible. Where is the constitutional locus for this collegium? It is something invented. We agree, fine, you invent it, you use it, but that use should be fair. You are saying that everything should be proportional, everything will be reasonable. You are trying to uphold the accountability of other organs. What about your accountability? Are you not working in a democratic system? If collegium is a perfect system, then this would not have happened. I can accept what government is saying. Fine, that might have some other objectives. What about other things? Multiple examples I can give you. In fact, the entire judiciary, the people who are part of collegium are criticizing collegium. For what? Why the judiciary is not willing to provide information, agenda, meeting, decisions? Complete information. Only those information which they feel should be given, that is given. Gujarat Advocate Association protested transfer of one judge, Justice Kareel. When the Supreme Court published the list of transferees of the judges, this name was missing. Gujarat High Court Association protested. Judges said, अच्छा इसने protest कर दिया तो उसको नहीं करेंगे. तो बाकी लोग protest नहीं करेंगे तो उसको करेंगे. There must be some reason for transfer, appointment. If there is some very serious issue in one particular district, what happens? Let's say, yes, an example is this Morbi bridge collapse. What happened? The chief officer of the municipality has been suspended or transferred to some other area pending inquiry. So most of the time we know that there is a reason behind transfer. Now why a judge is transferred to some other state? Nobody knows. Why one judge is appointed and another judge is not appointed? 2000, there is an example of Saurav Kripal. This name is not important, but you can have 2-3 names in your mind when you are writing example. One example is, again I will give you, anyway that I will give you later. Saurav Kripal is a lawyer in Delhi whose name has been recommended multiple times to the Supreme Court Collegium to be appointed as Judge of High Court of Delhi. 2018 से चल रहा है, not appointed. Many advocates who have given their consent to become part of the High Court judiciary withdrew their consent because the government is not acting upon it. If the government is not acting upon it, what is the judiciary doing? One third of the strength, sanction strength of the high courts in India is vacant. If collegium is able to bring streamlined personal management system in the higher judiciary, we can agree to some extent that even if it is non-transparent, opaque, but it is efficient. Vacancies, number of cases.
Then the CGI was saying we don't need more judges, we need to reform the legal criminal justice.
Do you think so? What is your opinion on that? Should we need more judges or not? If you compare the number of judges in India and other democracies which are having 1/10 of Indian population, you will see that. Right. Recently, I think 2-3 years back, for the Number of Supreme Court judges were increased. It was 30, I think now it is 34. The point I am saying, if these are the issues in the collegium system, and this is not something which is going on today, it has been happening. One judge, Akhil Qureshi, who was the second senior most judge in Gujarat High Court, whose transfer was recommended by the collegium to be transfer recommended by the collegium, and he was transferred. He was to be transferred to the Madhya Pradesh High Court as Chief Justice of Madhya Pradesh High Court. Government of India did not agree to it. We do not know what happened. Government did not act on this. Later, collegium amended its resolution. That person was transferred to Tripura High Court. He was one of the competent judge in this country, meant to be part of Supreme Court. He did not become the judge of Supreme Court. Apex? Akhil Qureshi, Chief Justice of Odisha High Court, has been recommended to be Chief Justice of Madras High Court. Justice Muralidhar. Government did not act so far. Chief Justice of Bombay High Court, Deepankar Datta, has been recommended to be a judge of Supreme Court. 3 महीना होने वाला है. Government did not act. So government acts only when government feels that this fellow is good. And what the collegium is doing? If collegium is the law of the land, see, the idea is this: collegium is the law of the land. It is laid down in the Supreme Court in various judges' cases. If this is the law of the land, then the instrumentalities of the state, the people of this country should obey it. Which means the government is sending names, the court is sending the names, the government should appoint them. If they cannot, then they should send back the names. And once the names are reiterated by the collegium, what will happen? It is mandatory for them. So even if they reiterated multiple times, still there are names which are not being acted upon by the Government of India. So it is happening. What is happening? This collegium system is working in favor of both government and the judiciary. Why? For the government, they are appointing only those people who they feel that won't be creating much problem for the Government of India.
Using inaction as veto.
Absolutely. And when they are using inaction, when they are not appointing, either the person will retire or withdraw the consent. There are multiple lawyers who are competent enough and very efficient. They withdrew their consent, which means I am an advocate. I want the judiciary, the collegium will ask my consent whether you want to become part of this or not. And there are many criteria, there are many procedures which are going on. But I said yes. But even after 2 years, nothing is done. So definitely I will withdraw my consent because I have a practice which is going on. A lot of people have withdrawn their consent. When advocates or these people are withdrawing their consent, the judiciary is deprived of talent and merit, which will impact the adjudication, quality of justice delivery in this country. And for the collegium, the judges are doing it. It's a kind of fiefdom for them. One Bar Council of Delhi, Bar Association of Delhi said that there is give and take between the government and the judiciary. Not only this give and take within the system, post-retirement jobs. Post-retirement, one Chief Justice of India, after retired, he became member of Rajya Sabha because he felt that he will be able to contribute to better understanding between judiciary and the government. And that is the reason he has been made a member of the Standing Committee on External Affairs. Absolutely. Post retirement is something, a loaf of bread thrown out to people. Right? Post retirement job can be there, whether it is administration or judiciary, but there should be cooling period. Cooling off period. It cannot be that you retire today and tomorrow you are appointed to this. Right? I am saying that this lack of transparency, opaqueness, issue of favoritism, arbitrariness is writ large in collegium system. And that is the reason there have been attempts or demands of reforming it. Whether it should be replaced or not, that we will discuss. One attempt to replace the collegium system was through NJAC, National Judicial Accountability Commission, for Appointment Commission. But it was struck down by the Supreme Court because judicial review for judicial independence is basic structure of the Constitution. This NJAC provided primacy to executive. So we can either bring back this NJAC in a different form, where the judiciary will have primacy, some kind of primacy. The exact modality or mechanism can be worked out later. But Parliament did not bring after that. When the law was struck down by the Supreme Court, Parliament did not bring the law back. Why? The government believed that, in fact, government knew that we have a majority, even if it is not possible to control the judiciary through appointment and transfer, through the appointment, through precedent, we can do that. So it is working in both the favor of government and judiciary.
So when the recommendation is reiterated by the collegium to the government is still not acting. How will it justify that situation?
It is not at all justified. And how can the Supreme Court control this or arrest this or address this? Contempt.
Even after repeated condemnations also nothing.
The law secretary will be called, or the secretary will be called. Attorney General will be asked to explain. If there is something called rule of law, constitutional in this country, definitely that is enough.
So hasn't this been tried?
Supreme Court from 2017 or 16 till now has been headed by such justices. It is said that Supreme Court has been acting as an executive court recently. So the person who is heading the Supreme Court, which means the Chief Justice of India, should have taken initiatives and steps to address this problem. Unfortunately, they did not do it. Right? So it is their problem they did not do. Now this is happening. A change of guard in the Supreme Court, some kind of energy is being instilled in the Supreme Court. But in 2020, in one judgment, the Supreme Court said that once the name is reiterated, as far as judges of High Court is concerned, the government of India should appoint within 4 weeks. In one case, क्या केस का नाम है? महानदी कोल्ड फील्ड, महानदी कोल्ड फील्ड्स केस 2020, चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया बोबडे. This is one of the last judgment delivered by the Chief Justice of India, the then Chief Justice of India, Bobde. उन्होंने सोचा होगा, I have been the Chief Justice of India for almost 2 years. कुछ किया नहीं, कुछ अच्छा काम कर लेते हैं फिर. Right? So he said, the government of India should appoint judges of the High Court whose names are reiterated by the collegium within 4 weeks. Or the entire appointment process of High Court judges should be completed within around 5 months. Entire process of appointment, the clearance of IB, discussion, appointment, reiteration, everything should be completed within 5 months. This is 2020. After that, the government did not act. If collegium has to stand, it should work properly. 2 things are very much important. One is transparency. Second is accountability of the government.
So this doesn't mean content of court.
Definitely, law of the court, the law laid down by the court has to be observed, followed.
Then why there is nothing from the Supreme Court?
That is what I am trying to say. CJ, Chief Justice of India, master of roster, depends upon the Chief Justice. You can say that an institution is not made up of individuals, you can say. But I would say the head of the institution will decide the tone and tenor of the institution. एक SP अगर अच्छा है, energetic है, they will decide the entire policing function in the district. Similarly, a district magistrate. Similarly, Chief Justice of India, head of institution, depends upon that person. Whether he wants to be true and faithful to the constitution in letter and spirit or not. Right? So, there is a change of guard in the Supreme Court, and it is said that the current Chief Justice of India is pro-liberty, pro-democracy, pro-constitution. It is said that. So, the government of India might have some misgivings that there are a lot of acts of the government parliament is under challenge, Article 370, CAA, etc., etc. So government wants to put pressure on the collegium. It is said. I am not saying. I am simply saying that the way collegium system functions, despite it being the law of the land, despite it is being mandatory for the government to follow the recommendation in letter and spirit, the number of vacancies, the delays in appointment, lack of action by the government of India show that collegium system is not functioning properly. Number one. Number two, the issues and crisis and controversy with respect to collegium is also creating problems, which are highlighted by the protest of High Court advocates. So, we need to find some mechanism or ways to improve or address these problems. How can we do that? One is NJAC in a reformed manner. The Supreme Court struck down NJAC because Prime Minister to Executive. So you mold it, amend it, modify it, and give Prime Minister to the Chief Justice or the Supreme Court. But that will have the executive role also in deciding appointment. Today, executive role is to just appoint in theory, but in practice, executive is selecting the judges, isn't it? In theory, executive's role is to appoint, issue appointment letter, because judges are selecting and sending it. But in practice, what is happening? Who is selecting the judges? Collegium or the government? Government of India. Why? They are picking only those, they are appointing only those which they feel should be appointed. They are not appointing those judges which they feel will create problems to them. So, in practice, who is appointing? Who is selecting? The government. That is the reason it is that the government is not bringing in this NJAC, because the system is working in the favor of government. Isn't it? So, you can either bring this NJAC in different form. This is a long-term solution. Short-term can be transparency in the collegium system. Third one, MOP. क्या है? Memorandum of Procedure. Memorandum of Procedure is operationalization of the collegium system. It's a procedure through which judges are appointed, transferred, which is completely decided by the government and the judiciary. So in this MOP, the government has participation, but it is only dealing with procedure, not with the substantive aspect. Right? But as in 2015, Supreme Court, after striking down NJAC, said we should have a reformed MOP. Because memorandum procedure is not a new one. It is there since 1947. But in 2015, Supreme Court said, yes, we have struck down this, we do one thing, the existing MOP can be reformed to address your concerns. But there are differing perceptions about what should be the content of MOP. Government wants that on the ground of national security, we should have some kind of veto power. The Supreme Court saying that simply means that you can use this national security to prevent appointment. So there is disagreement as to the procedure. So the procedure is not finalized. It's an old one. So we can find the government and judiciary can find a common ground as far as MOP is concerned. But again, even the procedure should be transparent. There is no reason why the collegium should work as a personal fiefdom of the judiciary. When judiciary wants transparency in other institutions and accountability in other institutions, judiciary should also be accountable. When you see other democratic countries, such kind of arrangement are not found in general. I am not Vice President of India. I do not have that much intelligence and capacity to study 193 constitutions. So I am using the word in general. Right? So, can be reformed. Replacement can be there, not an issue, because constitution does not provide for collegium. But replacement should not be at the cost of judicial independence. The purpose of replacing collegium should be better administration of justice, independence of judiciary, accountability and efficiency, which should lead to better justice delivery, rather than executive interference or undermining independence of the judiciary. Right? As collegium stands today, there are multiple problems, issues as far as the collegium system is concerned. So it is high time that collegium system should be reformed. And the way to reform is the process of appointment, the reason for appointment, the decision making process should be transparent. In the meanwhile, RTI can also be made more applicable to the Supreme Court. There are multiple grounds in which RTI application can be restricted. Necessity, proportionality, etc. are some grounds which are not under the RTI Act. Supreme Court has invented this. Okay? Next.
Can't we find a way in which government should not restrict the appointment of judges? Means if after this all MOPs and all this system, if still government is restricting, so
then if it is the case, then the government should have some cogent reasons, cogent logical reason why it is being done. And tell me.
if against the national security, it is not just cause and reason. Then sir,
Then the Supreme Court should decide the issue in its judicial side, which means it should issue notice to the government, should ask for the reason behind it, and should hear the case and provide judgment. And if the judgment is not adhered to, then contempt can be issued. But I don't see why the government should not adhere to it. The government of India is a government which adheres to rule of law. Government of India wants independence of judiciary. See, ultimately the beauty of this polity, the political system, is that what? It is not static. A lot of things are happening. So we cannot exclude the possibility of such an eventuality. It can happen. If it happens, then it can be dealt with. The Supreme Court can decide, the government can decide. Both can decide together. There are multiple ways of doing it. First of all, let us find a better way of appointment. Let us find a better way of clearing the vacancies. Let us provide a chance for people who are meritorious and competent and efficient, and who are driven by the zeal of justice delivery, to be part of the system of judiciary. Third, delegated legislation, subordinate law making, and separation of power. Very important. See, delegated legislation, separation of substantial law making, and separation of power. delegated legislation, substantial lawmaking, separation of power. No, substantial. Very different than subordinate. In the heading, please correct it. It is substantial, not subordinate. It's a typo. Typographical errors. Right? It is substantial, not subordinate. Because delegated legislation is subordinate legislation. Please correct Nidhi, Ramya, Shiv Prasad and others. Right? It is not subordinate, it is substantial. Delegated legislation, substantial lawmaking and separation of power. Now, it is said that, anyway, leave it. First of all, let us understand what is delegated legislation. We are trying to link three things: delegated legislation, substantial lawmaking and separation of power. First I will explain these three terms briefly, then I will discuss. Delegated legislation, क्या मतलब है? Delegated legislation means what? Don't you, sorry?
Law in skeleton form.
Law in skeleton form is not delegated legislation.
Power is given to executive.
Executive has a power to make laws.
Executive has the power to make laws.
Rules and regulations.
Executive has power to make laws. Okay, then you are saying rules?
Executive is given power to make rules and regulations.
Executive given power to make rules and regulation. By whom? Act of legislature. Okay. Again, any other definition, any other way of explaining this delegated legislation? Now, this is executive has the power to make law. Who has the power to make law as far as India is concerned?
Legislature.
Ordinance comes on
Ordinance comes under?
lawmaking power or delegated.
Okay, but ordinance making is not delegated legislation. The term law in general mean an enactment of the legislature. So you are saying executive is given power to make law. Executive can make law, but that through ordinance. But that is not delegated legislation. So this definition, although correct, but is not exactly appropriate. It is correct. I am not saying it is incorrect. Right? Now, executive has power to make rules and regulation. Now, there are many other instruments like circular, notification, bylaws, orders, notices. These are all part of this. Now, the question is how will we have a definition which is proper, which will comprehensively address this issue.
Lawmaking power of legislature delegated to the executive.
Lawmaking power
Of the legislature, because the legislature is delegating its power to executive.
which power?
So lawmaking power.
Lawmaking power is with the legislature, not with the.
No, sir, it is delegating to executive.
So only lawmaking power is delegated.
Higher authorities delegate their powers to.
Sir, and then
Do you remember? I have made a distinction between law, rule, and regulation. Remember in this lecture, UGC. Right? And delegated legislation is a very wide term which has not only this rules, regulation, law, but all this. Strictly speaking, law making is the duty power of the legislature. Rule is made by the government, the executive. Regulation is made by the administration. And the administration can also make circular, notification, etc., etc. So how will we address the entire thing to this? How will we incorporate all these issues, all these matters, all these dimensions into one comprehensive definition? Wherever you read, you will find these kind of definitions which are incomplete. So that is why I am going to give you a definition, right, which will help you to understand. क्या है मेरा definition? The authority of the executive to make secondary legislation by virtue of no. The authority of the executive to make secondary legislation. The power of the executive to make secondary legislation by virtue of authority given by legislature. While I was traveling from my home to the class, I was thinking about it. What can be a perfect definition of this delegated legislation? Because I have read a lot of things in which all these definitions, all this conceptualization of DL is given in a different manner. It will be incomplete. Because I am saying delegated legislation has rules, regulations, orders, notification, etc., etc. So I am using the word secondary legislation. There are two types of legislation, primary and secondary. Primary legislation is the law made by the legislature. Under this primary legislation, all rules, all regulation, all orders, all notification, everything will come under the term secondary legislation. So secondary legislation is delegated legislation. So the term secondary legislation will encompass everything. Clear what I am trying to say? Delegated legislation in general is the rule making power of the executive which is delegated or given by the legislature. In general, I agree. But then the delegation is not only limited to rule. Then you should have this regulation. But again, it is not limited to regulation only. Right? That is why this definition will help. Delegate legislation is also known as subordinate legislation, secondary legislation, executive legislation, ancillary legislation, ancillary. So there are multiple names. So this means that when a law is made by the legislature, the law is made in general terms. And the law provides authority to the executive to frame rules, regulations and others to implement the law properly. So when a law is made by the legislature, it provides for major significant aspects, significant, critical, substantial aspects of law. For instance, what is the objective of the law? What institution will be set up? How the objectives will be achieved? What should be the grievance redressal procedures? Whether the institution set up under the law will have security of tenure, etc. If the provisions of the law impact fundamental rights, how will it impact? So substantial aspect, significant aspect will be dealt with by the law, parent law. It is not a primary law or parent law. I'll give you an example. I'll explain that, don't worry. Technical details, how to implement it properly, operationalization of the parent law. That power is given to the executive and its instrumentalities through rules. So this is not a delegated legislation. There are reasons why delegated legislation is there. We have provided that in the booklet. You can read that. I'll give you one reason. Because implementation of law happens happens on ground, and circumstances and situation keep on changing on the ground. So the executive should have the flexibility to meet these dynamic changes. And for meeting every changes, the government cannot go to the parliament and ask for amendment in the law. If that is the case, then it will not be able to meet the requirement. The government cannot be responsive. Administration cannot respond to it. If the district magistrate has very huge responsibility, for everything he has to go to the government, and the government has to go to the legislature of the state, then the district magistrate cannot function properly. Clear? The complexities of the governance, the volume of the government, the business of the government is expanding. The lack of technical expertise of the legislature are some of the reasons for increasing delegated legislation. Delegated means a person who is delegating, giving, transferring authority to a lower person. For delegation to happen, there should be at least two levels of authorities. A delegator, a delegatee. Delegator is one who gives, transfers authority. Delegation is temporary. Delegation is temporary. Ultimate responsibility of delegation or for an act done by delegatee rests with delegator. Delegator cannot say that I have given authority to this person, I have transferred this function to him, then it is responsibility. मेरा कुछ नहीं है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. Delegator will have ultimate responsibility. Ultimate responsibility lies with delegator. Parliament cannot say I made a law, I have given power to the executive to implement it properly. If executive is not doing, I cannot do anything. No. Law making is your essential function. You are ultimately responsible. You are responsible to the people. You are representing the sovereignty of people. You are making law on their behalf. You cannot abdicate the responsibility of lawmaking. You can transfer authority temporarily so that the interest of the public can be achieved. Right? That is the idea behind it. So I am saying the substantial lawmaking, critical aspect of law, significant aspect of law is not a substantial, substance, significant, critical. That cannot be delegated. Majority of the technical aspects, operationalizing of the law, this can be delegated. I'll explain, I'll take an example and explain. Now, this is separation of power. Separation of power in general means the organs of the state operate in their assigned domains. Lawmaking, legislature, execution, executive, adjudication, the judiciary. Now, if delegated legislation is legislation in general sense, then law is made by this law is made by executive. So it violates separation of power. In theory it violates, but this delegated legislation in practice or in the current modern jurisprudence or modern constitutional governance is not violative, because separation of power is the way separation of power was conceived by Montesquieu is not applicable. In fact, it has not been applied anywhere. Whether it is presidential system or parliamentary system, separation of power is more or less fluid, flexible, depending upon the nature of government and requirement of the polity. So delegated legislation prima facie theoretically may violate separation of power, but it is accepted violation, because ultimate aim is better governance. Correct? Now, the point of discussion is this. substantial lawmaking is a function of legislature. Delegation, technical details will be filled up by executive. But recently we have seen a phenomena that instead of filling up technical details, the executive is filling up substantial details. Ultimately, substantial law is made by executive through delegated legislation. The law-making role of parliament or legislature is being encroached upon by the executive through the instrumentality of delegated legislation. In the name of delegated legislation, what they are doing? They are making substantial lawmaking. Some example I'll give you. Eh? No, money bill is not delegated legislation.
But they are passing any law in the name
But ultimately it's passed by parliament. In that money bill, you may have scope for delegated legislation. Substantial part of the law might be left with the executive, like happened in Aadhaar. Right? Which example should I give you?
Jammu Kashmir reorganization bill.
No. RTA amendment 2019. This amendment amended Right to Information Act 2005. क्या amendment था? Central government by rule will determine the terms and conditions of service of information commissioners, including at the state level. What is the purpose of RTI? To hold the government accountable, to address issue of corruption, to bring transparency. Who is the most important pillar of this RTI system, RTI Act?
CIC.
Information commissioners, CIC and other. In 2005 Act, the Act itself provided security of tenure, not tenural limit, terms on service, status, etc., etc. Now, this will be decided by the government. Without the institutional independence, RTI Act will not be able to achieve its objective. So, providing institutional independence to the functionaries of the RTI is a substantial aspect of law, critical aspect of law, not a part of delegated legislation. So, this is, and the government can make rules, different rules for different information commissioner. A 3 साल, B 4 साल, C 2 साल. I am saying that the substantial aspect of RTI is independence, autonomy of the institution, which is the information commissioners. It should have been dealt with the Act itself. Which of the following authorities have more independence and autonomy? Constitutional body, statutory, executive. किसके पास है सबसे ज़्यादा? उसके बाद this one in general. What is happening here? Statutory has become in essence executive. The executive will decide tenure, salary, terms and condition, eligibility. So, independence reduced, control of executive increased. The substantial aspect, critical aspect of RTI is the information commissioners. you are giving that authority to the executive, and the executive through delegated legislation will decide. So instead of parliament doing or making law in the substantial aspect, the executive is doing it.
Then their argument that this resembles the constitutional body if it's done by the government panel or something like it was equivalent to election commission.
You should have mentioned that in the act itself. The information commissioner will have status of this, they will hold office to this, they will have security of tenure, etc., etc. Why in this rules? Because rules can be changed anytime. Election Commission of India. Constitution provides for multi-member election commission. Security of tenure is only for chief election commissioner. बाकी दो लोग जो हैं एक दिन का मेहमान है, कल गवर्नमेंट लगता है भाई हटाना है, they do not have security of tenure. Election Commission of India service, what is that act? 1991. Election Commission of India Terms and Condition of Service Act 1991. There is an act in which the service condition etc. of the election commissioners are decided, but no security of tenure is provided. The government will decide, the president will decide. President will decide through government. When you are making a law, what is the purpose of making a law? There is a policy, there is an objective that has to be achieved. So what is the objective? How it can be achieved? The major points, major provisions, the critical area should be addressed in the law. Ultimately, lawmaking is the function of parliament or legislature. Delegated legislation, although while the separation of power is given in order to better the administration. The purpose of delegated legislation is not encroachment into the substantial lawmaking power of the legislature. But what is happening if this is only one example. One example I can give you, SEBI. SEBI Act 1991. In 2021, Security Exchange Board of India issued around 270 circulars and amendments. Around 270 circulars and amendments in the regulations have been issued by SEBI. Delegated legislation. Many of these regulations, amendments, circulars are dealing with substantial aspects, which should ideally be done by parliament. Insider trading. Example. I am saying many of the regulation notices, circulars issued by this body like SEBI deal with substantial aspects, critical aspects, which have implication to economy, freedom of your fundamental rights to business, profession, and various other rights. It is not only the government encroaching upon lawmaking, but also independent regulatory bodies too. I will give another example. Pharmacy Council of India. क्या है? PCA means Pharmacy Council of India. Pharmacy Council of India recently issued a notification or a circular or resolution saying that 5 साल तक फार्मेसी कॉलेज इंडिया में खुलेगा नहीं. It issued a resolution, an order saying that coming next 5 years there won't be any new pharmacy college will be opened in the country. Order passed. This order was challenged in the Supreme Court. Supreme Court said, right to carry on trade, profession, etc. is a fundamental right. And the fundamental right can only be restricted by a law made by the concerned legislature. 19(1)(g) law made by law. ये क्या है? रेजोल्यूशन रेगुलेशन नहीं चलेगा, लॉ होना चाहिए. नो प्रोपोर्शनैलिटी. Doctrine of legislative competence. See, the order is this: there won't be any new colleges will be opened for 5 years, which is essentially restricting fundamental right. Because there is a fundamental right for carrying out profession trade, which is restricted based upon reasonableness and proportionality. Correct. But that has to be done through law, substantial law by Parliament, not by delegated legislation. So delegated legislation cannot replace substantial law. I am giving some example how the delegated legislation is misused and tried to be misused. The substantial law making, critical parts of the law should be decided, formulated by the legislature, not by the executive and its instrumentalities, including independent regulatory bodies. But it is seen that independent regulatory bodies as well as the government, both at the central as well as the state level, are increasingly using the route of delegated legislation to encroach upon the actual authority of the legislature in making law. Draft. What is that draft? DPDPP. Draft Digital Personal Data Protection Bill. 18 times in this bill it is mentioned as may be prescribed by the government. As may be prescribed by the government, which means government will decide how to operationalize these provisions. And this as may be prescribed deal with substantial areas. One example I will give you. One of the provision where this is given, that as may be prescribed by the government through rule, is this. क्या है? Exemption to security agencies. Which exemption will be given? On what ground will be given? Whether they will be accountable or not, everything will be decided by government. Now, do you think that this has huge ramification for the rights of people, privacy of the people? Why should that be left to the government? It should have been given the law. Another, Data Protection Board, DPB. Data Protection Board is an authority which is set up under this law, DPDPP, DDPDP, right? And the government said everything, all functioning of this body will be decided by the government. Who will be the member? Whether they will have any salary or not? Ghar kahan milega, khana milega, nahi milega? What will be their functions? What will be their authority? Now, this body is the summum bonum of the entire act. Grievance redressal, enforcement, everything. The government is deciding everything. Should that not be dealt by the law itself? Right? There are multiple examples in which instead of detailing critical aspects, significant aspects in the law itself, executive is using the route of delegated legislation to encroach upon the legislative power of the parliament and the legislature, which creates lot of which tend to violate the fundamental rights of people, and which is, if it is encroachment, then it is surely violation of separation of power. Delegated legislation for the purpose which the parliament has given power, then it will not violate. But substantial lawmaking through the path of delegated legislation is a clear-cut violation of separation of power. Parliament should make substantive law. Only those filling up exercise, gap filling exercise. A broad framework, fundamental framework should be given by the Parliament and legislature. But because in a parliamentary democracy, executive comes from the legislature and an executive has the majority in the legislature, lawmaking essentially becomes an executive function. Clear what I am trying to say? It does not mean that in a presidential system, delegated legislation is not happening. Yes, it is there. It does not mean that other parliamentary democracies, this delegated legislation is not happening. It is happening, but the parliament has control over it. There are two methods through which the parliament or the legislature can exercise control over delegated legislation. One is through, as I mentioned, ultimate responsibility of lawmaking, किसका काम है? Parliament. That is legislature. If it is ultimate responsibility is mine, I should check the delegating. सही काम कर रहा है कि नहीं कर रहा है? सवाल मेरे से पूछा जाएगा ना, उससे नहीं पूछेगा. So I should have control over that delegating, which means I should check, control, see whether these regulations, orders, circulars, notifications issued by the authorities are in consonance with the objective of the act. The parliament has given power to the executive that you can make rules in this provision A, B, C and D. But the executive is making rule in not only this, but also in E, F, G. So what is happening? Exceeding authority. And parliament has given, you can make law in this A, B, C, right, to some extent. Like this. This is the extent to which you can make law. But the executive is making this. Exceeding the extent. So because in a system, legislature has the ultimate responsibility for making law and executive is accountable to the legislature, executive should have some mechanism through which it can control the abuse, misuse, overuse of delegated legislation. There are two mechanisms through which it can be done. क्या है? One is
Committee on Subordinate Legislation.
very nice. Committee on Subordinate Legislation है एक committee.
So Committee on Assurance.
No, assurance is different. This Committee on Subordinate Legislation, this is the standing committee of Parliament through which this can be done. Second is parliamentary mechanism. This is easy for you. This won't be easy. So this is a committee on subordinate legislation. This committee will scrutinize the delegated legislation, both by the government and the independent regulatory bodies and others, and will see whether there is extent, encroachment, exceeding authority, misuse, etc., etc. Unfortunately, I have an study which is dealing with this. This is a old study, but anyway, but still, it says a study conducted the functioning of the this committee on subordinate legislation. It said out of 7,000 regulations, rules and regulations formulated in this year, only 100 has been scrutinized by this committee. What is happening? In 2021, suppose this committee has provided a report saying that there is a mandatory time limit under which the delegated legislation should be placed in Parliament and should be sent to committee. The government is not doing it. There are many departments who have failed to adhere to the timeline. Despite 6 months, 8 months, 1 year, regulation rule is implemented, but it is not being submitted to the committee. So the system of this committee is ineffective. And not only that, there are, see, many technical areas. Let's say FEMA. FEMA, RBI has the power to make regulation. Do you think the parliamentarian have the capacity, expertise to understand all these things? In general, it will be difficult for them. It's an evolving, specialized area, regulation. Again, SEBI I said, investment regulations, insider trading, capital market. So these are evolving, highly technical, specialized area in which the parliament and the committee members will not have the capacity, expertise, knowledge to address these things. So whether it is their capacity to deal with these regulations or whether there is lack of knowledge and expertise to understand the regulation, whatever that might be, the delegated legislature is having a free pass. The committee system is seen to be ineffective. And the committee itself says that. Now, what is this other mechanism? It is said that the rules and regulations made by the executive should be laid in the Houses of Parliament for 30 days. Laying. What is that? Laying. So principle of laying or through the mechanism of laying, the parliament can control the delegated legislation. A rule made by the government department, regulation by the SEBI or UGC for that matter or RBI that matter has to be placed on the house. Placed in the house for 30 days. मतलब आज मैंने रूल बनाया, ठीक है, कल या परसों मुझे पार्लियामेंट इज इन सेशन, आई हैव टू प्लेस दैट इन द हाउस ऑफ पार्लियामेंट एटलीस्ट फॉर 30 days. The parliament will discuss, debate, etc., etc. But this is not the end. Parliament has two other mechanisms within this larger concept. That is affirmative resolution. Affirmative resolution. Number two. No. First is negative resolution. Second is positive resolution. I am saying a rule made by the government, a regulation made by independent regulatory body has to be placed in the floor of the house at least for 30 days. The house can either accept, reject, modify the rules and regulations. There are two ways in which this control is exercised by the parliament or the legislature. Through resolutions of the house, they can either cancel, modify, amend, reject the rules and regulations. There are two types of resolutions through which parliament can control the delegated legislation. Two types of resolution. Number one, negative resolution. Number two, positive or affirmative resolution. Negative resolution means the rule or regulation will come into force if they are not negatived by the resolution. That means if the parliament does not pass a resolution negating, rejecting the so-called rule or regulation within 30 days, then the rule and regulation will come into force automatically. Clear? नहीं? देखो. Negative means what? Negating, rejecting. This is a rule government has made. It has placed in the parliament. Parliament के पास 30 दिन है. In these 30 days, if parliament does not reject this resolution or amend this or modify this. मतलब 30 दिन में कुछ नहीं किया तो ऑटोमेटिकली रेगुलेशन आएगा इनटू फोर्स, इट विल बी एप्लीकेबल, राइट? So this is not a negative resolution. If it is not rejected through a negative resolution, it will come into force after the expiry of 30 days. Next way of controlling is positive resolution, affirmative resolution, which means 30 दिन के अंदर अगर इसको एक्सेप्ट नहीं किया तो वो रेजोल्यूशन आएगा नहीं इन फोर्स. If the parliament does not approve the resolution within 30 days, after 30 days the resolution, sorry, the rule or the regulation will not come into force. Now you tell me which of these two has more efficiency, or let's say which has more scope and strength to control the delegated legislation. Which is more efficient? Positive resolution, right? Answer is correct. Parliament has to pass, there has to debate, discuss, etc., etc. Parliament is not functioning these days. The rules will automatically passed. And not only that, if it is negative resolution, then the speaker or the presiding officer has the power, discretion, whether to put it debate, etc., etc. In general, the speaker, presiding officer is the right hand man of the government, and government wants to implement that rule as soon as possible. So this negative resolution has been ineffective. I'll give you an example. Telecom suspension rule 2017. When the government of India formulated these rules, few MPs in the parliament wanted that it should be subject to negative resolution. I mean, parliament should discuss it. The presiding officer did not allow it. 30 दिन खत्म हो गया, automatically the rule came into force. So we are saying, in order to control, curtail the abuse, misuse or stepping of authority of delegated legislation, the recourse to affirmative resolution process should be more adopted. The parliament should frequently use this affirmative resolution process, subject to some conditions. Because until unless it is approved, it will not come into force. If it is to be approved, the parliament has to be in session, discuss, debate, etc., etc. If it is discussed, debated, then definitely the rule, whether it is arbitrary or not, whether it is correct or not, it will be discussed, it will be known. Right? So we are saying that committee system should be efficient. It should be able to scrutinize the delegated legislation. You can write other aspects of strengthening of committee system into this, expertise, this tenure, etc., etc. But second major point is this, laying. Principle of laying accompanied by resolution. That is affirmative resolution. Both at the central level, at the state level. This is very much important. And delegated legislation can also be checked, controlled by the judiciary. There are multiple ways through which it can control. That I will discuss later. There is a case. हाँ, बोलो.
Social media also we can write for controlling delegated legislation.
How?
Debate and social media will act as a check.
Ultimately, if this civil society is vibrant, if the people have very much interest in the political system, if the press and other institutions can check and balance the government, then this would not arise. Right? But ultimately, substantial lawmaking is the function of parliament and the legislature. That cannot be abdicated to social media. Social media more social and less media, isn't it?
But parliament is not
Parliament should function.
Sir, it's not functioning.
It is,
17
see, fine.
17 days.
It's one thing that Parliament does not function, does not mean Parliament should not function. Do we want Parliament to function properly? What is the function of Parliament?
Sir, check on legislature, check on executive.
The three major functions Parliament have: deliberation, lawmaking and financial control, or control of the executive. If it does not function, then how can that be happen? Parliament is the custodian of the sovereignty of people. Social media cannot make law. But I am saying, agree, there have to be checks, pressure by different stakeholders. For that, the tendency to overstep authority, exceed authority, misuse some power will be minimized. But when media itself is controlled by the corporate sector, then it would not happen. Anyway, that's a different story, but yes, fine. The media, the press, social, non-social, the people, etc., can also control. But effectively, ultimate control should be through Parliament. Delicate legislation is given by the Parliament to the executive. So they should have control. The court can also exercise control. How? Court can see whether the delegated legislation, the rule made by the executive is against constitution, fundamental right. It's not given in the book. Registrar of Cooperative Societies versus, very interesting name, Kunjambu. It's a Malayali, 1980. Kunjhumbu. Difficult to pronounce. Kunjambu. In this case, Supreme Court has laid down some parameters for deciding the validity, legality of delegated legislation. First, constitutional. If the delegated legislation is against provision of the Constitution, violate fundamental right, illegal, will be struck down. Parent Act, primary legislation, does not provide power for this particular rule or regulation, violate. Parent Act provide authority to make rule in this, you are making on this, violate. If the delegated legislation is manifestly arbitrary, exceedingly unreasonable, strike down. But again said, ultimate control, substantial lawmaking should be made by the Parliament. Parliament as an institution should reinvent its integrity, institutional capacity. Like the Parliament of this UK, New Zealand. There are also delegated legislation. Even in Corona times, there were a number of delegated legislation. But every delegated legislation, DL should have been uploaded in the website of the Committee on Subordinate Legislation in UK. They will approve. यहाँ क्या हुआ? Parliament बंद कर दिया. Video security, secrecy. Right? Only one institution did not close. The point I am trying to say, substantial lawmaking is the function of the legislature. Essential lawmaking, essential legislative policy, declaration of the intent, objective of the law should be done by the legislature, not by the executive. Executive should be given freedom to implement the law with efficiency, economy and effectiveness. The scope for delegated legislation should be clearly defined within the Parent Act, so that executive does not overstep authority. Principles of laying accompanied by the resolution process and the committee system should function properly, effectively, so that delicate legislation will help to further good governance other than undermine rights of people. Okay? We can also learn from New Zealand and United Kingdom how they function. Rest you read, otherwise it will take what? हमारा टाइम ऐसे भी खत्म हो गया. Right, fourth one. I'll rush. What is fourth one? Insolvency, very interesting. Radical reform insolvency. IBC 2016. Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code. We have provided a wonderful material for you in which we have discussed various concepts. What is insolvency? What is this bankruptcy? What is resolution? What is committee of creditors? Everything is given. Right? So I will say insolvency and bankruptcy code. Code means consolidation of various laws. Remember, Uniform Civil Code. Code. So this law has been enacted by the Parliament of India in the year 2016, which consolidated various law dealing with insolvency and bankruptcy of individual as well as corporate sector. The objective of this code or this law has been address corporate fraud, loan default, deliberate, willful default, promote entrepreneurship, free up capital, enable a business to function properly. So the crux is this: businesses take loan from banks and institutions, and many a time they were not able to pay it back. So that their debts are not paid back. They default on their debt. When you are not able to pay back your loan or its interest, then you are insolvent. When your insolvency is confirmed by a court, you become bankrupt. We have provided that in the booklet. Don't worry. I am saying this is a business. B, taken money from banks and financial institutions, unable to repay, either because of the nature of business. It is possible that business can fail. There is always risk associated with business. Genuine failure, genuine can happen. Like in Corona times, a lot of business failed. And it is not deliberate, willful. Second is, and if business fails, then they won't be able to repay the money. So genuine. Next is willful, deliberately not paying back. I have taken loan and I have, instead of utilizing the money in the business activity, what I have done? I have used for purchasing property. I have invested the money in other activities. I have stashed the money in Swiss banks. Like this Nirav Modi and party, lot of money is being there. They are not paying it. So IBC wants to deal with both these two aspects. Because once a company is not able to prepay the debt, the banks or financial institutions will try to recover it. And this recovery process is very time consuming prior to IBC. Multiple laws were there, multiple institutions were there, court process was tedious, delaying. So once a default is happened, the institutions, the banks are not able to recover the money properly. Could have taken years, 4 years, 5 years, 10 years, more than that. And most of the time what happens, the business closed down. So one of the way of recovering money is to sell the assets of business. That has to be approved by a court of law before IBC. But this court process will take a lot of time. So in between what happens that this borrower, whatever asset he had or she had, try to siphon it off. I know that I have 1 crore in my account. Right? Anyway, leave it. I have some physical assets. I have some lands. I have some building which has monetary value. I owe money to a bank. And the bank has initiated proceedings under various laws. For instance, SARFAESI Act, Debt Recovery Act. There are many laws dealing with this recovery and default in presidency towns. Presidency Town Act, etc., etc. So there are multiple laws, multiple institutions through which this recovery process is started. But it is time consuming, delaying. So I am a borrower, I know that it will take so much time. So whatever I have, I will sell it off.
But when it is in the legal domain, how can you sell it off?
It is very much possible, because if the court gives a stay, then you cannot. If stay is not given, then the final order will take time. If you have good advocate, you can go here, you can argue.
But who will buy disputed properties?
Why not?
You know that those assets are going to be liquidated sooner or later.
You see, if that is the assumption, why there is so much scams in this country? Why there is so much corruption in this country? You know that there is a chance that you are doing illegal thing, you will be caught. If this is the philosophy, thinking of individuals, then the amount of scams, the number of scams, corruption, etc., crimes, etc., should have come down. It is not the gravity of the punishment, or it is not the nature of the property which is tainted or not. It is the possibility of being caught that is deterrence. That is the most important factor that may provide some kind of deterrence to you from committing errors, from committing misdoings. The entire real estate, most of the real estate sector in India is this: encroachment, mafia, right? I am saying, so this has been the system, and if at all some money is being realized by the banks and financial institutions, it has been very less, which means, let's say I owe 100 rupees to you. After the entire legal process, etc., etc., the court said, fine, whatever asset this person has will be sold and you take the money. इसके पास कितना है? Whatever asset he had, after selling कितने मिला? 10 रुपया. So 100 rupees, apart from its interest, the cost of litigation, etc., etc., you are getting only this. And that too after willful default. Deliberately the person has siphoned off it. There are multiple ways of making it. So in order to address this issue, that the genuine demands, the banks and financial institutions should get a reasonable amount. And in order to prevent the misdemeanors or the fraud committed by the borrowers, and also to address the delay in court process, and also to help those companies which can be helped to resolution. Even a company has defaulted, but that does not mean the default is willful. The company can be going concern again. We can help it. How? The loan can be restructured. Additional time can be given. Some additional funding can be given. So resolution, that is what known as resolution. So this IBC system not only provide for helping a business to stand up and function, in that sense promoting entrepreneurship. On the other hand, it is helping the banks and financial institutions to recover their actual credit or the debt which is given to the corporate borrower. So it is helping both the financial institution as well as the bank and the genuine business organizations. So that is the idea behind this IBC, Insolvency Bankruptcy Code. 2016, we are dealing with 22. RBI recently has provided, we have provided that too, in reply to RTI, in which 5 years after IBC, only 13% of the total debt owed by corporate sector are being repaid by them to the banks and financial institutions. मतलब 100 rupees hypothetically speaking लोन है, 5 साल के अंदर कितना मिला? 13 रुपया. The difference between actual debt owed and the money realized is known as haircut. So haircut is more than 87%. So what is the purpose of IBC? Whether IBC has been able to achieve its objective, that's what we are trying to see. The data says that it has not been. And the finance minister itself said recently that IBC system, we cannot allow that system to fail. Because this system has set up entire different institution, a different ecosystem. It has streamlined the process. I mean, it's a very, what do we say? Transformative legislation. It's a radical reform in the sense that it has completely changed the way this debtor-creditor relation is conducted earlier. It has set up an institutional mechanism, like it has IBC ecosystem. क्या है? क्या है IBC में? NCLT and NCLAT. और क्या है? IBBI. और क्या है? Insolvency Resolution Professional. और क्या है? Information Utility. और क्या है? Committee of Creditors. और क्या है? Corporates. और क्या है? DRT. और क्या है? Judiciary. So I am saying that this code has established multiple institutions, NCLT, National Communal Law Tribunal, which will deal with application of insolvency and bankruptcy and resolution. So either the debtor or the creditor can approach the NCLT to initiate the process. IBBI, Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India, because this is a regulatory body of something called Insolvency Professional, IP. Insolvency Professional is one who will conduct the insolvency proceedings. Once an insolvency application is accepted by the NCLT, it will establish a person known as Insolvency Professional. He can be or she can be a lawyer, a chartered accountant or company secretary, etc., etc. That person will see whether this business organization can be saved or not. Can it be helped through additional funding, restructuring, or we should liquidate, etc., etc. So in order to regulate this insolvency professional, code of conduct, etc., etc., this body set up. IRV means Insolvency Resolution Professional. This same thing, Insolvency Resolution Professional. IU means Information Utility, which means there is a company के बिजनेस क्या है, कहाँ पैसा दे रहे हैं, कहाँ से पैसा निकाला है. So there are some agency which collect data. So they are set up under this, so that the company's business, its activities can be known. Right? Information utility. Okay? Judiciary, which means after this NCLT, appeal will be lying to NCLAT, National Company Law Appellate Tribunal. After that, it will go to Supreme Court and High Court. High Court under writ. General appeal, Supreme Court. In general, appeal from NCLT goes to Supreme Court. Appeal. It should not reach this level. It should be done here also. But if at all there are some issues, you can go to Supreme Court or the High Court under writ petition. High Court under writ, general appeal, normal appeal, Supreme Court. Within 60 days of the judgment or decision by NCLT, you can go to Supreme Court. 60 days.
It is mentioned within the act itself.
Yes.
The appeal lies to Supreme Court.
Yes. ये क्या है? हाँ, debt recovery tribunal. Individual debt will be decided, recovered through debt recovery tribunal. The proceeding or the issue between the case between individual and the financial institution will be dealt by DRT. Corporate and the bank, NCLT. Individual, DRT, corporate, this NCLT. ये क्या है? Committee of creditors. One business person, let's say one company might have taken credit from many banks, so they will decide how to restructure, how to proceed, etc., etc. That is known as committee of creditors. और ये क्या है? Corporate. So this is, it's an entirely new system that has been set up. And not only that, it has set up timeline, 370 days, 330 days. Within 330 days, once application is accepted, everything should be completed within 330 days, within 1 year. It has changed, amended. IBC has been amended almost more than 5 times. IBC Act has been amended. It shows, अरे 5 साल के अंदर 5 बार अमेंड किया है. क्या मतलब है इसका? Which means the law has not been properly thought of. Or you can see this way, the law has been able to meet the challenging situations. The law is dynamically responding to the challenging needs. Depends upon how you look at it. Anyway, so this is the structure. But having said that, this is a radical reform, very significant way of addressing the problems. But the data and the government itself say that it has been helping the corporate rather than helping the government and the system as well as the financial institutions. 10 lakh crore, that is what the RBI says, 10 lakh crore, out of 10 lakh crore, only 13% has been able to realize. By the whom? By the banks, which means the haircut is huge, which is akin to, similar to what happened earlier. So the changes are not visible. The system is being taken for a ride. Although it is a radical reform, fundamentally changed the narrative, the system, the relationship between corporate and the banks. It has changed a system which was debtor oriented to creditor oriented. But still, the actual working of the system seems to suggest that there is much work to do to reform it. और कैसे reform करना है? We have provided that. Parliament Standing Committee has given some recommendation, right? That you read it. So this is what NCLT is. Why are we discussing? Because of data. The data given by RBI. A huge haircut. And there is an article in Hindu you can read, right? कहाँ है वो? Yes, this one. Explained the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, where does it stand today? Go home, you can read this. Hindu, right? I will show you something here, some chart. अच्छा कहाँ चला गया? Not this one. Yes, this one. What is this chart? 330. Financial year 22, 772 days to resolve cases involving companies that owed more than 1,000 crore. The average number of days it takes to resolve such cases increased rapidly over the past 5 years. The more the amount which is owed by a corporate, the more time is taken. 50, 100, above 1000 crore. क्या है? You see this? 700, 800 days means what? Almost 3 years. More than 2.5 years. It says 330 days should be completed. But when the amount is high, it is taking a lot of time. When there is lot of time, it is very much possible for the company to divert lot of its assets. The value will recede. Ultimately, you said, I am in debt. Right? Somebody will have to buy it. So definitely the value of the asset will be reduced. Because I know that it is possible that this asset can be recovered. Or let's say the person who is buying the asset has the obligation to repay the loan on this asset. You know that I am in debt, so I need money. So it is possible that I sell this at throwaway prices. It happens, right? You are in need of money, very much required, and you are not getting any source. Somebody comes to you, I will give you money. I mean, this is yours, you give me this. Actual price of that particular, let's say 1 crore. You need money. The person is offering instant money in, let's say, 70 lakhs. You will sell it. So ultimately he will show, I have purchased this on this. This is what I have. The value of the asset will come down as the time increases. And as the time increases, the opportunity for diversion of the assets and thereby reducing liability will also increase. That is what is being shown here.
The problem lies with judiciary.
Problem with the entire system. NCLT has, the mandate of NCLT is to decide the insolvency process within 330 days. Why it is giving extension? It gives extension. And if it is not given, the corporate is going to court. Court is all issuing stay.
Then somebody like Kingfisher Airlines will say my plane's value is getting depreciated.
Absolutely, depreciation, fine. Yes, absolutely, that happens.
So you are responsible also for my loss of business because I'm not able to liquidate assets at market price.
Liquidation is the final step.
I mean, sell the. I'm
Absolutely, yes. It is impacting both.
planes are deteriorating.
It is impacting both. The business itself, provided business is genuine, right? It is also impacting the economy. The money is dried up there. If you sell that aeroplane, that there is money in the system, it can be used. If the plane is there, it will get destroyed. It will not have any value. The money is gone. So speed is the essence of IBC. The data shows that it is otherwise. We have to expedite it. So that we have provided some suggestions in the.
So is it like a progressive legislation made by the legislator?
Absolutely, yes.
Legislature
Absolutely.
is not seeing the light, is not seeing the performance because of the delay in the judicial process.
It is not only judicial, it is multiple. There are multiple reasons. The corporate can stall it. The corporate can stall the process through multiple ways.
Only by going to the court it is stalling.
No, it is, see, there are multiple ways of doing it. There is something called post hoc resolution process, which means once the resolution process is neglected, which means rejected, the only way for the company is to liquidate, sell it. When the process is going on, another party will come, will say, I am going to purchase it, I am proposing a resolution process. The NCLT will say, Acha, dekhta hu. There are multiple ways of doing it, right? So there is delay in the system, especially from the court judiciary. There is also the tactics of the corporate. There are also problems with the law itself. I mean, some amendments are needed, some tweaking might be required, right? NCLT, the staff strength of NCLT, it is almost 60. The total judges, the members of NCLT is around 60. Half of the members are, I mean, there is more than half, almost 30 vacancies are there in NCLT. NCLT has benches in various regions of India. If there is vacancy in NCLT, then how will they address this IBC? And NCLT is a tribunal. Tribunal is regulated by Tribunal Reforms Act. Government is not appointing. multiple issues, multiple challenges. So multi-pronged approach is required to effectively implement the IBC, which is a radical reform, right? This is the way forward. We have provided in the booklet. You can read that. If you are ready to sit here for 3 hours, then I will explain it. Right? I have explained all those things which are technical, which are very much important, like that resolution, which I think that you have not heard about it earlier. Right? These are important. So for the important things which are not given there, which is required to be explained, we will explain. Right? And after the class, you can ask whatever. Right? Otherwise, what happens is that almost it is 7:30. Right? So we have a schedule to follow. Now, fifth one. What is fifth? Indian Ocean Forum. क्या है सक्सेस स्टोरी ABC फाइन इंडियन ओशन फोरम yes. China recently has come out with a new initiative which is known as China Indian Ocean Region Forum on Development Cooperation. क्या नाम है? IOR. IOR F Forum on Development FDC. सही है? आर नहीं है? कहाँ आर नहीं है? फोरम देखते हैं. It's a very big name, which is characteristic of China. IOR FDC, Indian Ocean Region Forum on Development Cooperation. Correct. This is it. There might be, and this is the forum or initiative taken by China. So China wanted to expand its footprint in the Indian Ocean region. Indian Ocean region means all those countries having maritime boundary or borders with Indian Ocean, right? But they have also invited Afghanistan too, which Afghanistan does not have a border, but still it is near to Pakistan. That might be the reason. Nepal also. So this initiative is one of the attempt of China to expand its influence in the Indian Ocean region. China is not an Indian Ocean country in the sense that China does not have either the maritime borders with Indian Ocean. It's a Pacific Ocean country, right? But China has the ambition to become the overlord of Asia. China wants that the entire Asia will be mine, West can be of US. China has ambition to become a superpower. In Asia, there are two countries which have the potential to become great power. See, these superpower, great power, middle power, great power, superpower, middle power, these are terms which have different meanings, which I will not be explaining now. But I want to tell you that yes, these are different meanings. I am saying China has ambition to become superpower. Whenever you read in the articles about India, there won't be any usage of superpower. It will be used as emerging power, regional power, potential great power. Depends upon who writes the article. Right, so it's a specific meaning. I am saying that China wants to become superpower in the area. So it is trying to expand its footprint influence through multiple ways. Recall that OBOR, which expand to the entire the Western Europe, Eastern Europe, the Africa, Latin America, later it will right? And they have the string of pearls, etc. They are increasingly trying to have better relation with in the neighborhood of India. Like you remember recently one submarine has been docked. One ship of submarine of China docked in Colombo. India voiced its opposition or let's say concerns, but ultimately the ship docked or the ship or submarine. I think it's a ship. So I think it's a ship now. And China has taken the Hambantota for 999 years lease. It has a port in Myanmar. Which port? Quick 5 port in Myanmar. It has constructed a line, an economic corridor from Quick 5 to Yunnan. It has a port in Gwadar. It has a military base in Djibouti. It has so much investment in Mali, this Maldives. Point I'm trying to say, it is trying to expand, control, influence through multiple ways. So the Indian Ocean Forum, so Indian Ocean Region Forum on Development Cooperation has to be seen in that larger context. And what is this forum? This forum, China says, we want to have better disaster management, better maritime security, we should focus upon blue economy. So China wants to bring these countries together to address the problem of this maritime security, development. China says it will provide material, finance, funds, etc. to this country so that you can grow better. China has this idea or this project of Global Development Initiative, GDI, which China wants to promote sustainable development. So China says this IOR DFC, FDC is part of that. China did not invite India. Why? India is a major player in Indian Ocean. In fact, Indian Ocean is Indian Ocean, right? So India has been a dominant or prominent country in this area. So India sees the Indian Ocean as its backyard. So other countries coming into this Indian Ocean will be having impact upon India's interest. So a forum which is headed by China and one of its objectives is to counter India and Indian influence in Indian Ocean, do you think that China will invite India to be part of it? No. So this Indian Ocean Region Forum is a new development spearheaded by China, again to influence the Indian Ocean region countries so that these countries can come into the sphere of influence of China through money, through finance, through economic assistance, through technology, through blue economy. This is Indian Ocean. So economy, blue economy. So China wants to control Indian Ocean in the sense that the energy flow, sea lanes of communication, trade, oil flows through Indian Ocean. More than 2/3 of the oil that flows through the entire world flows through Indian Ocean. So controlling Indian Ocean means controlling this entire trade and resource of Indian Ocean. Right? So China wants to have increased control over the economic resources of Indian Ocean and also to have strategic, it wants strategic control. Strategic meaning critical, defense related, political objectives. As economy decides politics, through this development, China is trying to bring politics into Indian Ocean region. Earlier, China said that it wants to work with Indian Ocean island countries. That's another initiative China is trying to bring. So there is increasing entry of China through various modalities, mechanisms, measures to Indian Ocean, which is creating challenges to India. What are the challenges? Ultimately, we are the dominant player here. Our destiny, our economy, everything, our security is linked with Indian Ocean. We are a subcontinent. We have border issues and various other issues with China. Chinese ships, Chinese submarines, etc. docking in our neighborhood will provide challenges to us. And not only that, when are the island countries, Maldives and Sri Lanka, etc., are situated in very important positions through which the trade passes. So China is known to curtail freedom of trade and open seas, South China Sea. That will happen in this Indian Ocean. There is always conflict between India's rights and China's rights. So until and unless China can control the rise of India through multiple ways, it cannot be the overlord of Asia. It cannot position itself as a superpower. So this is providing challenges to India in the sense that India has issues with the neighbors. Despite having a neighborhood first policy, we have so much issues with the neighbors, especially territorial neighbors. Nepal, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, maritime, Maldives. So we need to improve our relation with these neighbors. Our economic capacity might not be that much as of China, so as to help these countries economically. See, financial capacity, China is the second largest economy in the world. So it has financial muscle, economic muscle. It can provide grants, loans, and so through that it can influence the policies, foreign policies of the countries. Like it has provided loans to Hambantota and it has taken lease. It has provided money to Djibouti and it has constructed a military base. So India might not have the economic muscle as such, but it has the civilizational, cultural and various other soft power through which it can influence or better the relation between India and its neighbors. So two-pronged approach can be taken by India. One is engagement, enhancing the scope of relation with neighbors. Secondly, enhancing its capacity of what? Security and defense. China is building string of pearls and India is building string of garland. India, sorry? Necklace of diamonds or string of flowers. India is building something called metal curtain. Kahan par? Andaman and Nicobar. These are terms. Anyway, I am saying that Andaman and Nicobar is a strategic point as far as India is concerned. So India is trying to develop it both economically, like let's say port, etc., and also through enhancing its security and defense capability. Similarly, India is also, as China is entering Indian Ocean, India is going to Indo-Pacific. China is entering to Indian Ocean, India is going to Pacific, either individually or through multiple organizations like Quad. India is not part of AUKUS. Right? India is, there is something called CLMV. Kaun sa country hai? CLMV. CLMV countries. Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam. Very nice. This CLMV country is one of the major pillar of India's Act East policy. So India was also trying to improve or let's say expand, diversify its approach rather than sitting idly. Right? The entry of China into Indian Ocean poses challenges to India politically, militarily, security wise and economy and others. We need to be wary of Chinese designs. Right? There are multiple mechanisms through which we can address. Multilateral, Quad and other things. India is a part of Indo-Pacific strategy of the USA. There are many other ways of it. India-ASEAN partnership is there. Look East policy, so this Act East, CLMV countries, India focusing. India is also expanding its footprint in Seychelles, Mauritius, Madagascar, the Vanilla Islands. Right? India has a naval presence in Addu, Maldives. So, India has this INSTC. INSTC, India International North-South Transport Corridor. India has Chabahar. The point I am trying to say, we are not sitting ideally. India is not the India of 1952. Okay? Anyway, rest you read. Nothing important as such. Whatever important, the analysis I have given you. Other things you can read. Next कौन सा है? Sorry? Changing geopolitics. So, in the context of international relations, the world order, I'll fit like this. The world order has been evolved through various phases. So, evolution of international relation. When you see, there are some phases of international relation. International relation means the relationship between countries in general. So, how it evolved? What is the nature of international relation? How the countries came together or discussed, or let's say, how the countries interacted, associated with each other. This entire phase has been divided into 3 to 4 major phases. Prior to Russia-Ukraine war, the global world order or the phase of international relation has been characterized as going towards multipolarity. So, pre-Russia-Ukraine war, it is said that the world is going towards multipolar world, multipolarity. What is the meaning of polarity? Polarity means the distribution of power among countries in the world. That is, it is polarity. Multipolarity means power is distributed among multiple countries. Bipolarity means power distributed between 2 countries. Unipolarity means only one country that has power. Right? So, before the Russia-Ukraine war, it is said that the world is moving towards more, the world is becoming more multipolar. Because after the Cold War, till global financial crisis, there was something called US hegemony, or it is characterized as, the phase was characterized unipolar world. Cold War is bipolar, Cold War II, global financial crisis, unipolar. After that, edging, moving towards multipolar because of the might, capacity, stature of United States has been declining. Secondly, because of global financial crisis. Thirdly, because of emerging economies like India, China, and regional blocs, etc., etc. The semblance was like this, going towards multipolarity. Although there were issues with China and USA, trade war, currency war, etc., etc. But when this Russia-Ukraine war started, Russia invaded Ukraine, it is said that the world order, the semblance of multipolarity has been stopped. We are increasingly moving towards a bipolar system. Although not similar to a Cold War type system, we are increasingly moving towards something called a bipolarity. And this bipolarity will be between USA and China, not between USA and Russia. Now, why this idea of bipolarity is coming? Because Russia, when attacked Ukraine, China helped Russia. One of the helping method was to prevent resolution in the UNSC. It vetoed. It has provided moral support, material support to Russia. The entire West, including US, is against Russian aggression. And it wants that every country has to condemn or what is that, to cut off ties with Russia. But China is helping Russia. Which means China is acting against US interest and the West interest. There are many other countries like Iran, North Korea, Venezuela. These countries are also at some kind of perpetual conflict with the West and USA. And you recall, Iran has supplied drones to Russia. Iran has been helping Russia for this war. Myanmar also. Myanmar also helped Russia, or Myanmar has provided support to Russia. Russian foreign minister has visited Myanmar. When Myanmar issue came in the UNSC and UNGA, Russia vetoed it. So there is a bloc which is emerging, consisting of Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, Myanmar and other Venezuela and other non-democratic regimes, and the West. As long as Russia-Ukraine war goes on, this bloc will become stronger. And the dominant player of this bloc will be China. It will be a China-led bloc. Because this war, which country is being weakened? Russia. Russia is being weakened militarily, economically, but China is getting leverage. So this bloc is led by China, which has other such non-democratic authoritarian countries which have conflict with the West. West is on one side, this bloc is on other side. So this war has changed the movement towards multipolarity or increasing cooperation between these major powers. See, multipolarity is a function of various other aspects too. Free trade, globalization, people-to-people contact, international cooperation, climate change, sustainable development, terrorism. Right? So the reason why multipolarity is preferred to some extent is it will help building consensus. Multipolarity is not preferred for its own sake. It has an instrumental value. It will help to address the global problems. It will help to have consensus on pressing global issues. Because global problems require global solution. Do you recall the ED on global government? An ED was discussed on global government, global problem, global government, etc. Right? So I am saying that as long as this war goes on, this division in the world will be deeper. And whenever there is more divisions, it is creating more conflicts. And it is stopping the possibilities of consensus making, cooperation, engagement. Not only that, Russia's attack on Ukraine has also created security challenges and problems and fears for other countries in Europe. One of the reasons for Russia's aggression on Ukraine was expansion of NATO. After the war, what happened? NATO expanded or stopped its expansion? Expanded to? Finland, Sweden and other countries have decided that we will be part of NATO because they share border with Russia. Finland share border with Russia. Yes. And I think one more, I think it's Norway or Sweden has also decided. They have provided consent. The parliament decided that we will be part of NATO. It is pending. So instead of stopping the expansion of NATO, it has expanded the NATO. So expansion means creation of bloc. Countries becoming part of NATO, NATO becoming a bloc. Cold War, NATO and FETO or FENTO. Russia-led bloc, this is happening. Russia-Ukraine war, China, Iran came, North Korea, Myanmar, Venezuela, Cuba, etc., etc. So are we going back to the Cold War kind of system? In the Cold War, there was no actual war, but today there is actual war. Absolutely, because China is also see, when Russia attacked Ukraine, the response of the international system, including the UNSC and UNGA, was muted because they could not do anything. Despite demand for stopping, cessation, suspension, etc., nothing happened. So the international community is not able to stop the aggressor, which means it is also giving more encouragement to China to do the same thing. Taiwan and others. It is also encouraging North Korea. Because the war is weakening not only Russia, it is also weakening the West, their economy, gas and oil. Right. So security, territorial integrity, sovereignty of other countries are also threatened. Whenever it is threatened, when a country is not able to protect its sovereignty, security, integrity, either it can build its military capability or it can form alliances. So to build capability is a very long-term solution. So what is available is alliances. Alliances mean bloc formation. Balance of power. Whenever there is alliances, balance of power actually requires 4 to 5 countries who can form different alliances so that they can balance out each other. That is what balance of power is. Right. So today it is increasingly moving towards what we say bipolarity, bloc formation, West and the East, democracy and non-democracy. This is an analysis. I mean, we cannot say that, we cannot say concretely this is happening. Ultimately, international relation is imagination, analysis. We can only see the policies of countries, how they interact, how they conduct their foreign policies. We cannot concretely point out, yeah, this is bipolarity, no. This is unipolarity, no. By analyzing various events, developments, right, we tend to, we come to this conclusion, or we can draw this inference that the multipolarity, which has been based upon consensus, cooperation, engagement, rule of law, freedom of navigation, has been challenged, has been threatened by virtue of Russia-Ukraine war. It has created challenges to the European security. More countries are becoming part of security alliances because they are threatened because of this. Not only that, this is also creating challenges to other countries which are neighbor to China. Because China has South China Sea disputes, the countries are also having fear. It is also encouraging China to take unilateral actions. Japan is trying to build its military capability. It has enhanced its defense budget. North Korea is firing missiles across Japan, which is not a conducive environment, conducive way, which is not an acceptable system. Because the global problems are huge. The country should be focusing upon addressing these global problems. So whenever there is bloc formation, then this global problems cannot be addressed. Because ideology will guide your foreign policy rather than interest, actual what is required. Now what is the role of India here? What can India do? India has G20 presidency. क्या कर सकते हैं? India can try to diffuse the tension. India is going to make it very big, this G20 presidency. Right?
India is also going to deliver spare parts to Russia.
Russia has asked. India is a country that has pursued non-alignment during the Cold War period. Non-alignment does not mean lack of activity. Non-alignment is not inaction. We could establish proper relation with both the USA and Russia.
Pursuing our strategic interests.
So, India is very well placed to diffuse the ongoing tension, problems by taking a leadership role. Although India's actions in the Russia-Ukraine war was more oriented towards favoring Russia. But India has defended it because our national interest require that we should have relation with Russia. Having said that, India has also used various other platforms to stop the aggression. Prime Minister has said that war is not the solution. We should stop the war. Global problem requires consensus. We should talk, dialogue. Right. So, India being a country which has adopted a principled approach during the non-alignment period, during the height of Cold War, where there were bipolarity, even if we are going towards some kind of bipolarity in the aftermath of Russia-Ukraine war, India can play its positive role. By being neutral, it is acceptable to both the blocs. So whatever the problem, India can take lead to resolve it. G20 presidency, Russia is a part of G20, China is part of G20, USA is also part of G20. Agenda of the meeting can be decided by the presidency. Right? So this opportunity can be used. There are many other ways through which India can also address these issues. But having said that, bipolarity is not a good sign for the world order. We need a multipolar world order. For that, we should stop the war immediately. The faster, the earlier the war stops, we can try to address the problems and we can stop building up of blocks.
So is bipolarity really possible? Like militarily, US is still the power to reckon with. Even though economically the world can be divided into two blocks, but US is too big a military power to compete.
The Russia and USA came on the brink of war after Second World War, during the Cold War times. For instance, the Cuban Missile Crisis. They did not go for war. Why? Russia sent, so USSR sent its missiles to Cuba because the USA was threatening to attack Cuba. So Cuba was an ally of Russia. So Russia sent its missiles. But still, Cuba is the neighboring country of USA. Having such missiles which threatened the security of USA, USA said that today or tomorrow you have to go to war with Russia or Cuba, because I cannot have missile system sitting in my backyard, creating security challenges to me. They were on the brink of war, nuclear war too, but they did not go to war. Why? If USA is the supreme power, economically, militarily, it did not go. Why? Because Russia was having more the military power than USA, comparatively. So both were equal, and it was only after 1990 when Cold War ended, USSR disintegrated, what we say, USA became the hegemon. And that is the reason USA took unilateral action to invade Iraq and Afghanistan. And after the invasion, USA was depleted militarily and economically. That led to its reduction in its hegemony. It also impacted that financial crisis. USA was also impacted economically by the financial crisis. Simultaneously, globalization was helping the emerging economies. So emerging economy like China, India took fruits of globalization. They also brought, developing countries came together and established BRICS and various other institutions like AIEB, BRICS Bank. Right. So economically, the economic military power started shifting. So it has impacted the power base, military and economy of USA. So as of now, USA is not a superpower, a super police. Had that been the case, China would not have taken such aggressive steps to counter USA. When USA speaker visited Taiwan, China laid siege to Taiwan for 2 days. ये Taiwan है. This is Taiwan. China covered entire Taiwan. Exercise, military ships, etc. Right? If USA is the superpower, then Russia would not have attacked Ukraine. right? But ठीक है? Anyway, the point I'm trying to say, multipolarity is required. Multipolarity is necessary for balance of power as well as solving global problems. So the first solution is ending the war. Like Prime Minister said, war is not the solution. ठीक है? चले आगे. Rest you read. What is this? Last one. और है कुछ भी बीच में? Last one, अच्छा. Critical examination of draft digital personal data protection bill. In 2017, Supreme Court said, right to privacy is a fundamental right. And there is something called informational privacy. The data which you provide to various entities, including state and non-state, which means you provide your Aadhaar number, you provide various data to agencies like Transport Department for license, for educational institutions, right? So whenever the state is providing you services, they collect data from you. Whenever private entities provide services, they collect data from you. This mobile connection के लिए भी चाहिए, internet connection, mobile connection, this aircraft, etc., etc. So data is being collected. So when data is being collected, it can be used, misused. So it is my data. If it is my data, I should have control over it. Which means I should decide whether I should make that data public or not. My medical history, if data, I want to keep it as private. My financial history, I want to keep it as private. So I will decide which data I should give for public purposes and which I should not give. So my right to privacy also include information privacy, which means my control over data. Privacy is a very comprehensive term. It includes a lot of things. So one element of privacy, right to privacy, is also data privacy. So Puttaswamy judgment 2017 discussed privacy. Privacy became part of fundamental right. It asked the government to bring a law so that right to privacy is safeguarded. Aadhaar Act was held valid. Aadhaar collects data, multiple, biometric and others. So how will you use it? It should be used for proper purposes. There should be regulations, control, and the individual should have control over their data. Supreme Court said, in order to give effect to our judgment, in order to give concretization to right to privacy, bring a law. And the law is Personal Data Protection Bill. Government of India, before that, set up Sri Krishna committee. Committee drafted a law, not a law, bill, and the bill was introduced in the parliament, right? Later, the government withdrew the bill. Again, a bill brought. The bill was sent to joint parliamentary committee. The parliamentary committee suggested more than 100 amendments. So government said, 100 amendments करने से अच्छा है कि नया कानून लेके आते हैं, ठीक है? So they said, we are bringing no new law. Earlier bill, the name of the bill was PDP, Personal Data Protection Bill. क्या था? PDP. अब क्या है? DPDP. It is draft DPDP, yes.
There was no personal in the earlier bill. Personal was not there in the earlier bill.
Data Protection Bill. Yes, Data Protection Bill. It is Data Protection Bill. Now they added Digital Personal Data Protection Bill. They added two words, digital and personal. कुछ नया लेके आ रहा है तो कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा ना. So they said, I am adding digital and personal. So this is a new bill. It's a fourth attempt, right? One minute. PDP. No, this is Personal Data Protection Bill. Yes, it is PDP. This PDP bill. So they added D. DPDP, digital. Wait, they added digital. PDP same, D added. It's an improvement of the earlier version. This is also an example of parliamentary control over executive. Parliament helping to improve the law. Use it multiple, you can use this ED or this information, this fact in multiple areas. Parliamentary control over executive. Right. And joint parliamentary committee also, and second, parliamentary control over executive. Second, effectiveness of committee system, standing committee. Third, citizen participation in lawmaking. Joint parliamentary committee invited many experts and others. Citizen involvement in lawmaking. Fourth one, government is bringing law in order to give effect to a judgment of Supreme Court. Government is following rule of law, adherence to rule of law. Ultimate ways, multiple numbers, multiple ways you can use it. Anyway, this bill is draft, which means it is in the public domain, asking for suggestions of people and others. After that, it will be introduced in the parliament, either Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. After that, the process will go on. This bill is based upon some principles. The bill says this entire bill is based upon some principles. There are some principles which guide the provisions of the bill. What are those principles? 7 principles. Understand some principles. Use some principles. Purpose, minimization, objective. These are some principles. Limitation, you see we have given it. Nobody is going to ask you in the examination, list down the 7 principles of data protection bill. Whenever a question on this data protection bill, you can, in the introduction, you can write this principle is based upon, this law is based upon some principles. Make a diagram, make a circle or a, square. Write 4 major principles. Right, this is a way of presenting. It will add weight to your answers. Right? Features of the bill, very important. There are multiple features, but again, you won't be able to write this much. 3 to 4 major features you should write. One major feature of this bill is consent. Consent of the individual should be taken before what? Collecting data and processing data and using data. These are positive aspects. I will explain the criticism. Right. Second, it says that data fiduciary, which means the entity which is collecting the data, has some responsibilities. They should maintain, they have responsibilities that they should have the grievance redressal officer, they should maintain proper record, they should intimate the person who's having the data. Responsibilities of data fiduciary means those entities which are having the access to your data. They have responsibilities which they should fulfill. It sets up something called Data Protection Board to implement, to operationalize the entire system. There are some penalties also proposed, huge penalties up to 200 crore in some extent for this breach. It also enables cross-country data flow, but the government will decide to which country this can be done. Right? It also provides exemptions to security agencies in the context of public interest, national security, etc., etc. Right? So, these are some features of the digital Personal Data Protection Bill. This is an improvement over the previous bill because it has tried to incorporate suggestions of the JPC, right? And it has also tried to bring a system of ease of doing business. Because earlier, in the earlier bill, there was classification of personal data into sensitive data and critical data. So personal data has also been categorized as sensitive personal data. So sensitive personal data has larger number of restrictions. So this bill only deals with personal data. So whether it is sensitive, non-sensitive does not matter. Which means the compliance cost of the entities having access to data, processing data is less. Data is something very much important. Data is the new oil. This is what it is said. Data is the new economy. Data is necessary for digital economy, digital commerce, e-commerce. So companies should have access to data. Right? So you are expanding the scope of data which company can access and process and use, which is helping entrepreneurship, which is helping economy, digital economy and e-commerce. But contrary, there is a flip side. Because earlier sensitive personal data had greater level of protection. But now this has been removed, which means greater intrusion and chances of violation of the privacy of people. We have provided some examples how this data protection law is being practiced or implemented in other countries, like GPDR. That's a very famous example of data protection system in the EU. We have provided that, you can read that. Right. So there are multiple provisions in this act, in this bill, which have resemblance to GPDR. But the threshold of privacy, protection of rights of people, as given GPDR and as given this bill, is very low. This bill is more oriented towards rights of the state and the fiduciaries rather than the rights of individuals. Because 18 times, recall that, delegated legislation. In this bill, 18 times it is used. The government will prescribe by rule. And there are very crucial areas in which this prescription is provided, like exemption to security agencies. There are no guidelines given. There are no principles through which it will be used. There is something called deemed consent, which means even if the consent was not given explicitly, it is deemed to be given consent. The government by rule can exempt the fiduciaries from the provisions of this act for this bill. There is no timeline provided to fiduciary to address the complaint of citizens. And majorly, the Puttaswamy judgment dealing with right to privacy said any intrusion into the rights of people should be reasonable and should be based on proportionality. 4 pillars for proportionality: principle of legitimacy, principle of suitability, principle of necessity, and principle of balance. These 4 principles and the doctrine of reasonableness is missing in this bill. Because, I will give an example, there is blanket exemption given to security agencies without any safeguard, without any protection, without any procedure. This is arbitrary. There should be clear-cut procedure mentioned. This exemption is given to this based upon this. It is wide, huge exemption. I mean, it is not adhering to the yardstick of proportionality. When you read this, and AD, you will understand this. But you may not be able to equate these principles with the bill. Proportionality. Whenever there is foundation batch, I will explain that later. Point I am trying to say, judged by the standards of right to privacy judgment of the Supreme Court, this bill falls short. Number two, there are multiple areas in which it gives exceeding delegated legislative power to the government. Number three, the rights of people are not completely incorporated in this. There are many areas in which it has kept wide open. Compared to other democratic regimes and the data protection regimes in those countries, in this bill falls short. However, having said that, if a draft bill, you and I can give suggestion to the government, right? The government can incorporate the suggestion and place that bill in the parliament. The standing committee or the parliament first can discuss, debate, etc. A standing committee on IT can discuss, otherwise a JPC if required can set up. Process has to go on. So it's only beginning. The purpose of putting a draft in the public domain is to understand its problems and to have suggestions, feedbacks from the stakeholders so that the law can be made better, to improve quality of lawmaking. A quality law will be easier to implement. It will have less judicial intervention. Right? So compared to the PDP bill earlier, this bill is a good initiative by the government and the parliament. However, having said that, it has some grey areas, some problems, challenges which needs to be addressed. For that, both the interests of the state and the rights of individuals along with the interest of the business can be properly balanced. ठीक है? खत्म. Want to ask something? Everything is good. This is a very wonderful article that is made. In fact, all the articles are good, but this is one of the best, among the best. Everything is good. This sensitive personal data, data localization, fiduciary, right? Analysis, missing out, data principles, etc., others, wonderfully made. But again, you must keep in your mind, your approach should be concising it. 150 words and 250 words, not more than that. Right? And use it in multiple ways. Delegated legislative, one example. Multiple ways you can use it. Understand the syllabus properly. Right? Anything you want to ask? You can. We have provided questions too. You should write it and get it checked. चलें? कुछ पूछना है? I'll take after. It's not over now. It is. The review petition has been filed. Review petition. We are waiting for the review petition to be decided by the court. Right? Because honestly speaking, I feel the judgment is flawed. The judgment should not, the amendment should not have been upheld by the court. So I also have personal interest in it. So I'm just waiting that once the review petition is decided. Right? That is the reason we are waiting. Because it's a very complex issue. It's not, it requires multiple level of understanding. After doing all this hard work, what if the court reverses or does something else? Then the entire thing will be changed. So we are waiting for it. Right? Similarly, we are waiting for the hijab issue to over. Hijab. Freebie, the court has not taken any action on it right now.
All this is looked at under the poverty alleviation issue, reservation, freebies.
Because of election period, free state election.
That's true. We'll try to include that in relevant ED, and we'll also discuss this appointment to election commissioners once the Supreme Court decides it. Right. So there are multiple issues which are in the pipeline. Right. And once the parliament session begins, Lok Sabha session begins, there will be multiple bills which will be introduced. Then we will also discuss that. And the hijab issue, as I was mentioning, it was a split verdict of the Supreme Court. Then the bench will be set up by the court right? Hopefully that they will decide it, then we will discuss. In fact, we have discussed this hijab issue when the High Court judgment was there, when the High Court given the judgment. So we are waiting for the Supreme Court to do it. Definitely in this session we will complete it, provided the Supreme Court decides it, right? And some international relations IR issues will be covered in both this section as well as other. Like IR is also linked with economy, right? So some aspects of geo-economics will be covered under economic ED.
Sir, in the international relations, you will add the speeches of finance minister, foreign minister and the president or the prime minister in the booklets.
Like phrases type.
Phrases.
Something said by.
Definitely we will do that.
Ultimately, that will help us out.
Sir, some debate on non-alignment. Is it a scope of discussion under AD? Because for the past 5-6 months, the idea of non-alignment and multi-alignment, all this has evolved. So should we need to take a relook at traditional idea of non-alignment? An essay has also come in.
Recording in progress.
In the foundational batch, we will discuss everything. Until and unless there is a development as such, we cannot take that in the current affairs, right? But whenever there is relevance, we will discuss that. Like in this essay, not in this ED of this changing world order. I have said, I have talked about non-alignment, like Cold War India was, and even today, although there is some more orientation towards USA, but in the context of war towards Russia, still India is committed towards neutrality. Strategic autonomy is another word for non-alignment, right? Whenever there is a summit, let's say summit or any meeting on non-alignment, we will discuss that. But in the foundational batch,
Even non-alignment is seen more in terms of inaction.
no, non-alignment is not inaction. Had that been the case, then India did not have signed friendship treaty with Russia in 1974. Yes.
Your voice is not clear. We are not getting your voice.
बंद कर दिया क्या बंटी?
Last 20 seconds.
Last 20 seconds. अच्छा. Internet slow. Can you hear me, Shiva? Yes or no? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Now it's working.
Okay, I said even during non-alignment does not mean inaction. Non-alignment does not mean India did not take position. Our entire foreign policy during Cold War and after that is based upon what? Anti-racism, anti-imperialism. We have supported. We have supported anti-colonial movements. We have criticized the West and the West because for their continued occupation of Indonesia. Right? We have sent our own military to Maldives during 1980s. We have sent our military person to Congo as part of India peacekeeping mission. Non-alignment is not inaction. It is principled taking of position in international affairs without influenced by ideology. That is what non-alignment is. Not aligning with power blocks does not mean not having relation with power blocks or countries. Alignment is a word that is used in security context. Alignment does not exclude partnership or agreement. When China attacked India, India asked for weapons from USA. When Pakistan declared war in India in 1971, in 1971, India signed a treaty with Russia, USSR. Russia helped India. Non-alignment. Nehruvian non-alignment was different. Other prime ministers' non-alignment was different. Non-alignment is not static.
I am not talking about non-alignment in terms of our foreign policy, as a non-alignment movement as an institution.
Who said non-alignment is inaction? Substantiate your point. Substantiate it. Don't provide a statement, substantiate.
Except not emerging as an alternative grouping or a bloc to the bipolar world order.
Not emerging in the sense that if it because of non-action or lack of capacity or its own domestic problems, I am saying not taking any action in international arena. If it's same that not emerging as a bloc, the countries are post-colonial countries. The reason for non-alignment is to safeguard their independence, territorial integrity and sovereignty. Rather than acting as per the dictates, tunes of the power blocks, they wanted to chart out their own independent foreign policy for their own development. They did not want to repeat what was there during the colonial period. Aligned countries, non-alignment as a bloc, as a movement has been vocal against multiple invasions, multiple colonialistic, imperialistic policies of the blocs. The reason why the number of countries in the bloc increased is because of its emergence, its potential, its importance. South Africa, India did not have any diplomatic relation with South Africa till 90s, apartheid. India categorically set its position in the international system. It tried to isolate the racist regime in South Africa. It criticized the Vietnam adventure of USA. So India has been the forefront. Not only that, this Indonesia, Yugoslavia and other countries were also there. Right? So it is not inaction. It is principled action. Keep this idea out of your mind that non-alignment means passivity. No. If that is the case, then you can also say non-violence is also passivity. If non-violence passivity, no. Right. So when you see empirical evidence, historical developments, like I mentioned, then you will say, India sent, Nehru sent military to whom? To Goa, to liberate. Isn't it? Non-alignment means peace, security. Everything should be resolved through talks, engagement, dialogue. Why did Nehru send military? National interest. Required. Yes, done. When China attacked India, 1962, Nehru requested arms from USA. Is it non-alignment? No. Chale aage? Anything else? Okay, good night. Bye.